Video number 1 on the Cobra coming up. Happy fall day that feels like summer because it's 98 degrees. Larry back here, and I wanted to share with you some work that I'm doing today. I'm actually in the mode with the Cobra of doing the things that I can do while I'm still waiting on the body and the frame and the rest of the kit to get here. Among those things I will be doing coming up in episodes are I will be building a body buck, which is a stand which the body can sit on while I am doing work on the chassis and getting everything set up for the body to go on it. And I will also be doing things as far as tying up engine, transmission, things like that, getting all that ready to drop in while we do it. So let me show you what I've got going so far. Okay, what we're doing here is I have used the crate that the crate engine came in and have bolted some casters down on it so I can make myself a little rolling engine stand that has the ability to mount the transmission up to it. My other engine stand works perfectly, but as you can see, it is the type that bolts up to the back, and you can't hardly put an engine stand on it when you've got the transmission on there. So what I'm doing here is I've got it on this stand here. I have gone ahead and put the indexing plate on it, which is this plate right here. Had to drill out the dowel holes just very slightly because none of these aftermarket parts fit 100% perfectly. But I've got a new 157 tooth flywheel on it. I've got the pressure plate mounted, and I've got the clutch disc inside as well. And if you can look down in there, I also had to install a new pilot bearing. So all of that is taken care of. What I've been doing the last few minutes is I am making provisions to mount this, which is an external slave cylinder for the hydraulic clutch. I decided to go with a external slave cylinder versus the internal. The internal one basically is a hydraulic cylinder that replaces this, which is the internal throwout bearing. This, of course, mounts on a clutch fork, and when you push the clutch in, the fork moves forward and it disengages and engages the clutch. They have hydraulic bearings that basically expand and contract with hydraulic pressure. The reason I went with an external one rather, this one actually mounts to the side of this, which is the bell housing. I have a little bracket here that I'm having to drill 2 holes for, and it will mount up in here and mount that. And what that external cylinder does is it pushes a rod forward, activating the clutch fork on the outside. The reason I opted to go with the external cylinder is there's a couple of reasons. Number one, they're easier to set up. Number two, as with all mechanical parts, eventually they're going to break down. Eventually they'll quit working and you have to replace them. With the external slave cylinder, it has some advantages because the internal slave cylinder is inside of the bell housing, around the shaft, the input shaft of the transmission. That cylinder goes out, that bearing goes out, you're pulling the transmission out to replace everything because you have to get in there and pull the clutch out, pull the bearing out, and all of that. Whereas if you have problems with the slave cylinder, if it's external, it's simply a matter of jacking the car up and replacing it on the outside. You don't have to pull the transmission. So that has some advantages to it that I really like. Plus it's easier to work on, it's easier to set up, it's easier to adjust to get it to where it's working properly. It's just a matter of reaching down and adjusting the little rod as opposed to setting the gap and setting the distance on the spacers inside of the transmission. So it's just easier. Both of them have their advantages. I just like this one because it's a little bit more of a simple setup. Now, of course, with any new installation such as this, I'm going with all new hardware. I went with brand new Ford kit, which is the dowel and mounting kit, the bolts for mounting the pressure plate to the flywheel. I got new ARP bolts that are torqued to 85 foot-pounds that are mounting the flywheel to the crank. These are brand new bolts that mount the bell housing to the actual block, and of course I will be acquiring later today the bolts necessary to mount the transmission to the bell housing. Now I am using a TKX Tramic transmission, TKX 5-speed, and as you can see right here, the Tremec has a little bit beefier mount. Used to, I'll show you on the bell housing, the old mounts curve in a little bit and leave this exposed, whereas this is straight down. This does create one issue that required me to get a new. Okay, that issue is this: drilling the 2 holes for mounting the bracket to mount the slave cylinder. You can see here, this is the way that the traditional transmission mounted, but you've got a little, it's more straight up and down, which means this hole right here is actually underneath where the transmission mounts, because the transmission goes up like this. So a standard bolt works well here, but you have to use this Allen head screw, which is a countersunk bolt, that needs to mount that bolt flush to this right here, because the transmission is going to sit on top of that bolt. What I am missing is the necessary bit to countersink this right here. So I'm waiting on Amazon to show up. As soon as they arrive, I will be countersinking that right there and mounting that up. Okay, the Amazon order just got here with the 2 bits that I need, so let me show you what we got. First of all, I needed this right here, which as you can see is a Mac tool. It's a 21/64 bit. Needed that to get the holes to the right size, and then I needed this, which is a countersink bit. Of course, it always helps not to drop it. This is a countersink bit to allow for the head of that special hex bolt build that they want us to do. And there's the countersink bit right there, which we use to get that all set up nice and neat. So let's start drilling. New bits are always so nice. Okay, that should be good enough. And there we have it. It's mounted up, good to go. Okay, day 2 on this project, and let me explain exactly why we're at day 2. This is the clutch fork. This, as I'm sure you know, if you're at all automotively literate, know that this basically mounts the throwout bearing, moves back and forth, activating the clutch and making the clutch work. This is the second one of these pieces I got. I got these from Summit Racing, and it was a budget item, about $27. The problem with it is the first one I got, this is the ball joint right here, where there is a fulcrum inside that this mounts on, and basically it acts as the pivot point. It has 2 clips on the other side that hold this in place. The first piece I got from Summit was broken. Those 2 tabs were broken. So I drove all the way down to Summit and back. It's about a 100-mile round trip to get this new one, to get it replaced. Getting it into place, it did the same exact thing. So I was not happy, and to Summit's credit, I posted a negative review on their case, not because of Summit, but because of this piece, because it's the second one, and if I were actually to take you to that page, you would see that there's been several other people complaining about this same exact issue. And to Summit's credit, they responded to my review within 12 hours, issuing me a full refund without any questions asked. Summit, this part is not the greatest, but I have to say most of Summit's parts that I've gotten from them have been fantastic, and their customer support is excellent. But I did go ahead and order a better quality one, and as you can see here, the transmission is now mounted up to the engine, and I have the slave cylinder in position as well. Again, those 2 holes I had to drill, this one was the one I had to wait for the countersink bit. This is the regular bolt hole right there that holds this bracket into place. This is the slave cylinder actuating the clutch fulcrum, and as you can see, it's all mounted up, and now we're just waiting on the car because it is all in one piece. Again, 351 base long block with aluminum heads, pushing out about 400 horsepower at the flywheel, mated to the latest and greatest Tremec TKX 5-speed transmission. Really looking forward to seeing what this does for the car. I'm very close on the Cobra to doing everything I can do before actually getting the car. The engine and transmission is ready to go in. The wheels and tires are mounted up, ready to go on. Now we're just in a matter of waiting on the car. I did speak to Jake at Hurricane Motors, and he is... First, as you know, this is my wife's 1968 F100 flare side. The wire to it there, I've got a battery tender hooked up to it to charge up the battery on it. But what we have done on this truck previously, this was my first attempt at electronic fuel injection. Let me see if I can get in here and show you what we've got here. This is the Holley Sniper EFI system with their Hyperspark distributor and the electronic ignition box and everything. This was my first foray into electronic fuel injection on a car that I've built. Everything else previous to this has been carbureted, and of course I haven't really been extremely enthusiastic about carburation because I'm not very good at tuning them. Tried this, I have to say, I've had a few hiccups on it. Blew a fuse the other day and it left me stranded on the side of the road, but got that fixed. I'm going to be chasing wires just to make sure we don't have any bare wires or anything. But overall, I've been very, very happy with this system because it started up perfectly. It's tuned great. It was really, really easy to get going, and it runs great. Previously mentioned is the engine that is going into the Cobra, the 351 Windsor-based stroker engine with Dart Pro 1 aluminum heads, mated to a TKX Tremec 5-speed transmission. This is the same intake that I went with on my wife's car, which is, or the 68 as I just showed you. This is a YN Stealth, made by Holley now. Brand new. I was going with the Stealth on this, but after doing much soul searching, I've decided to go with something different. It arrived today, and I am going with the Edelbrock ProFlow 4 electronic fuel injection. This is a little bit different as opposed to the throttle body type. This has direct port fuel rails, and everything I've read about it performance-wise is far superior to the Stealth. And I figured, what the heck, I've been happy with the Stealth so far. Let's go one better on the Performance Cobra. Haven't even unboxed this yet, so let's do the unboxing now and take a look at what we got. Now this is allegedly an all-inclusive system. It should include the intake manifold, the throttle body, the fuel rails, the ECU, all the wiring, and everything else. You tune it by hooking it up to a Bluetooth Android device. I think what I'm going to do on this is I'm going to purchase an Android iPad type thing, and I'm going to mount it hard into the car so I can have constant monitoring of the EFI when we're driving it. So let's take a look at what we got here. Alright. The official unboxing. There's all the manuals. Here is the bulk of the situation right here. And as you can see, what we've got here is we've got the throttle body, the fuel rails, all the connections for the hookups and everything. There's the throttle body here, a little bit better look. Fuel rails right here, all your sensor inputs, water inputs, all of that is complete, good to go. I'm kind of digging this, very much so. See what we got here. All of the wiring for it, including oxygen sensor. All in a nice, neat little package. One thing I like about this system over the Stealth is the Stealth has a built-in ECU. It's inside of the actual throttle body assembly, which is right on top of the engine heat and everything. Edelbrock with this system went with a standalone ECU, mounted out of the way, away from the heat. Probably a little bit better on the shelf life of it. Gasket kit for the manifold itself. More wiring. I believe the oxygen sensors, but yeah, there's the oxygen sensor in there with it, and it even comes with a distributor. So the front end of the ignition is all ready to go, and it even comes with the distributor. Very, very complete system. I think I'm going to enjoy this very, very much. There's the throttle body here, a little bit better look. Fuel rails right here, all your sensor inputs, water inputs, all of that is complete, good to go. I'm kind of digging this, very much so. As you can see, this is a single plane air gap intake. Fuel rails connected, there's your throttle body. With the secondaries working. Very nice system. Very happy with this. So in the next video, what I'm going to be doing is you're going to see me pull off the Y-end intake, and it's going to be for sale, by the way. If you want to check out Facebook Marketplace, I'll have it for sale. Brand new Y-end Stealth intake. I've had great success with those intakes. It's just not going to use it, going a different direction, so we'll be moving on to the next thing. I'll be doing an installation video installing this system. I also have my CVF racing pulleys, the alternator pulley, water pump pulley, and the harmonic balancer pulley, the main pulley for the crank, and the serpentine belt coming. That should be here on Monday, so I may go ahead and just shoot a video installing all of that. So stay tuned very soon. Got more stuff coming. Lots of excitement brewing on this Cobra, getting it ready for when the car actually arrives. Thank you for joining me. Time to do some more updates. Got some goodies in. First, let me show you what I've been doing for the most part of this day while I've been waiting on a shipment from Federal Express that just got here. Let me show you what we got. Okay, just a quick look. The Y-end intake is gone, and this is back on using brand new gaskets. Chances are, if you want to know the truth, since it had never been run, there was a possibility, depending on who you ask, I could have reused the gaskets, but whenever I pull something up, I always buy new gaskets. This uses the Velcro 1262 series for a 351 Windsor. The Edelbrock kit came with a set of gaskets for it, but I am a tried and true believer in Felpro, and I try to stick with what I know. The intake bolts are ARP connectors torqued to 18 foot-pounds to start off with in a specific pattern, and it says the torque specs call for 18 to 23 foot-pounds. I may up it up to 20 just to be safe, but I'm a little new with aluminum heads, so I'm starting off with the low spectrum first, and we'll go from there. That is concluded there. Of course, I've got this taped up to make sure debris does not get down in it while it is sitting. But the new intake, throttle body, and the fuel rails and fuel injectors are all set and bolted up to the block. Really like the way this looks. What I have acquired today is I've gotten in the crank, water pump, and alternator pulley, as well as the serpentine belt for the Cobra engine. What I'm going to be doing in this video is I'll unbox this, going to mount everything up, see how it looks. In the interim, I've also received one of Summit Racing's one-wire Ford alternators. Of course, if you want to see how that's installed, watch one of my previous videos about how you have to clock the case to allow for mounting on a Ford engine. But let's get to it. Let's open this up and see what we got. This will be about the 4th or 5th time I've gotten a CVS Racing pulley kit. I'm really satisfied with the quality of materials that they use, the quality of the pulleys, and the fact of the matter is they are considerably less expensive than other vendors such as March and other type of pulley systems. They've actually given me a catalog this time, so that's good. I'm always in favor of that. Paperwork. This is an 8-rib serpentine belt for this particular car. Since it's so simple, it's just a simple one accessory thing, I'm going to be running a serpentine system on this. Okay. I may not need this because I ordered one with an aftermarket, for an aftermarket harmonic balancer. However, not all of the aftermarket harmonic balancers require a spacer. This is the spacer for that. May not be needing it, however. Yeah, this is a spacer for the harmonic balancer. Probably not going to need that. So I'll just set this aside. This is the alternator fan and pulley, which I'll have to mount all that up. This is the actual fan for the alternator, which will replace the stock one. Built aluminum piece, very nice. And this is the pulley for the alternator to replace the existing pulley. Seems very good. Okay, this is the serpentine belt crank pulley for a Ford 4-bolt harmonic balancer. Comes with the bolts. Very nice quality. Very happy with that. Good deal. This is the water pump pulley. These CVS kits are very complete, come with the bolts and everything you need, spacers if you need them. Quite happy about this. Again, comes with the bolts. Isn't that beautiful? This will definitely work. Which leaves this right here, which, if I'm not mistaken, should be the alternator bracket. This is exactly what it is. Excellent. Let's get started and start mounting this stuff up, shall we? This spacer right here is what the other spacer is meant to replace if you've got a certain type of aftermarket balancer, but since this one comes like the stock unit, I'm not going to need that spacer. Something that's suddenly remembered on this is this bracket bolts up to a bolt here, and I'm going to have to pull this book back off because you have to put the bracket on before you put pulley on the from your rim. Pull this back off to the side. Sometimes you run into this on Fords, the bottom bolt's too long. Let's see if I can find that bolt. Fortunately, I do have a stash of other bolts. As noted in one of my previous videos, in order to maintain some space for this particular wire, you do have to clock the back of this case 180 degrees. I've already done that. I also used my impact to remove this one here. About to put the other pulley on. is going to actually fit real good. Looks like it's going to line up perfectly. I need to put a spacer there. Yes. There we go. Since this bolt is back in, I'm going to tighten it up, and I'm going to put the pulley on and see if the bolt lines up properly. And as you can see, that lines up wonderfully. Now all I got to do is figure out this bolt here and we're good to go. Nah. Of course, Murphy's Law is in effect. Anything dropped while working on a car rolls underneath something to the exact center. Alright, back to business. Okay, the problem that I've run into is since I'm using an aftermarket water pump, one of the bolts, the bolt that came with the kit was a little too long, while the other bolts that I have are a little bit too short. So what I've done is I've cut this bolt off to see if it would help. And it works like a charm. Now what's left to do is to tighten it up. Okay, so a quick rehashing of what we've gotten done today. The manifold, after a couple of tries, is secured, bolted on. Excuse me. Finding top dead center, which you can do multiple ways. Just research how to find top dead center. But Edelbrock recommends that the preliminary timing be set at 12 degrees prior to top dead center. So what I did is I found top dead center, looked down here and set it to 12 degrees prior to top dead center, and then located cylinder number 1 on the distributor. And it's just sitting in there. I've still got to get the distributor tie down, which is on its way. We also got our CVF pulley system, alternator mount, and 8-rib serpentine pulley system in place. Again, I had to clock this alternator, so this alternator connection would be outside. Again, if you want to look at one of my previous videos, the bolt is normally in this position, which interferes with forward blocks, so you have to do that. But it is all set, and we're getting more progress done. Again, I'm not trying to pimp any products or anything like that on here, but CVF Racing has been very, very good to me. I've put CVF pulley systems on my wife's F100, put them on my daughter's 1932 Ford. Those two were V-belt systems. This was my first foray into their Serpentine belt system, but since I was going with a real simple setup, I wanted a belt that would be able to stay secure even under high horsepower demands. Very happy with this particular system that I got. The EFI system is bolted up and ready to go. I've got more parts coming in. I've got several things on order. The coil for the ignition, I've got that on the way. A new thermostat housing and thermostat. Block off for one of the hose inlets on the water pump that normally goes to a heater hose. I'm not running a heater on this car, so I've got a block off plug that's coming for one of those. As well as some other knickknacks as well on the way for the Cobra. As you saw at the beginning of the video, I've also done some sanding on the 32, getting some preliminary body work done, getting rid of the seams that are left over from the fiberglass molds. I'll have to do the same on the Cobra when it gets here, and of course we'll go through all that again. Getting things ready for the Cobra build. As I'm sure you've probably seen from previous videos, my shop is usually in a moderate to severe state of disaster. And as a result of that, you know, room has been in a premium and everything else. But since that time of the last video, taking the 32 to the location for body and paint, I have been doing some cleaning in the shop, getting it ready and doing some reorganizing and things of that nature to get everything ready to get the Cobra on the way. So check out what I've done. And as you can see, I've gotten some shelves where I've started to do categorizing things. The plan is this first group of shelves is 32 parts, second group of shelves is going to eventually be Cobra parts. And of course I've moved things around. I've gotten a new bench because my bench space was at a premium, so I've moved things around here. As you can see, I finally actually can see the top of my bench, which is a remarkable thing and a fairly new happening in this shop. Got everything located, got some space heaters in here, and as you can see, I'm got an empty floor here. So lots of space, getting ready for the Cobra to arrive. I also talked to Jake at Hurricane Motors today. He finally got the car back, or the chassis rather, back from the exhaust shop after much exhaustive attempts at trying to get the undercar exhaust done. If you're familiar with Cobras, you know that space is at a premium on everything, and custom building the headers proved to be quite a challenge, just to make sure you have clearances for steering racks and all of the other stuff that goes under the hood. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you a slideshow of some of the things that have gotten done. Jake sent me some pictures of it today with the exhaust on it, so take a look at this. Essentially now, in a few weeks, I will be going back up to the location where the coupe is and start body work, so I'll definitely film some of that and get some updates on the progress getting the 32 ready to paint. Also, according to Jake, we're going to talk to the trucking company that's going to do the shipping for the Cobra to try to get all of that, the logistics of that arranged. That could take a while because the company does a lot of east-west transport, but not a lot of north-south, and it is coming from Iowa. I also have discovered, I actually discovered this some time ago, but it is public news now, Hurricane Motors is actually up for sale. The location in Iowa has undergone a lot of major changes, and as it turns out, my Cobra is most likely going to be the last one to come out of the Iowa shop. Jake has gotten to work for the parent company and is pretty much manning all the hurricane stuff and getting my kit ready to go. So mine will have the added attraction of being the final Hurricane Cobra to come out of the Iowa shop. Kind of interesting there. They have given me, of course, assurances that they will service everything I need, make sure if I have any parts back orders or missing things of that nature, they will certainly take care of it. Jake has been outstanding in talking to me, responding to my calls and my many questions that I've had, and I want to thank him for that. Well, welcome back to the channel. I wasn't expecting to post this video today, but something happened today. Let me share it with you. The Cobra is in the house. We managed to get it unloaded, pushed on. It is a roller. I haven't even had a chance to open up all the boxes and everything. I'm going to be doing inventory here very shortly. But it is in the house, and I have to say I'm very impressed with the body. I actually went to the Factory 5 build school. My wife and I did a couple of years ago when we first considered doing this. And the Factory 5 kit, don't get me wrong, is an excellent kit. I really like it. Came very close to pulling the trigger on it. Was going back and forth between that and the Daytona Coupe when I came across Hurricane. And while it does have some differences, the Factory 5 chassis, for example, is probably much more suited for track days than this car is. But the quality of the fiberglass alone, just from first sight, is markedly better than what I saw in the Factory 5s. And it is much more resemblant of an actual Cobra. It doesn't have some of the idiosyncrasies that the Factory 5 cars do that make it look a little weird. This one is pulled off of a CSX 3000 series Cobra. The molds of it were, so it is as close to an actual Cobra without going over as you can actually get. So I'm just giddy with happiness right now, getting ready to dive into those boxes there and do the inventory. We will go through that and I will post another video coming up in a few days as well. But I've got to get to work on this to make sure I'm not missing any pieces or anything like that. Okay, it's a couple of days after the arrival of the Cobra. I'm actually able to get out here and start working. Let me show you what we've got. The body and the cockpit tub are off the frame. The body's outside right now. I'm going to bring it back in a little bit later. The reason this is off is because I'm going to have to start mounting the engine and transmission. I just put the cross member in for the transmission. Got to mount up the pedals, and I can start mocking up other things on it. As far as the specs on this car goes, again, it's going to have a 393 stroker with a TKX 5-speed transmission, which is right there. The rear end is a 360 geared Positrack 9-inch rear end. Coilovers on all four corners, QA adjustable coilovers on all four corners. The brake lines are already run. It's got the Panhard bar, everything like that is run. Wheels and tires and everything. The emergency brake system is already set up and ready to go. So now it's just a matter of getting to work. I have to run over to my storage building and get my cherry picker to get ready to place the motor and transmission in the car, or engine and transmission in the car if you're going to be picky about such things. So as soon as I get that set in, we'll show some more. All right, we've got things a little bit better arranged in the shop now. Let me show you what we've done. Got the frame down bare, ready to go, and I've also got the body now where it is up on wheels, and the pressure is off the fiberglass body. It's no longer sitting on the ground. I've got a dolly that I borrowed from a friend of mine who has one of these and just completed it. But basically I converted that dolly to where I could have it sitting on the tub, and the body is resting on the tub. So as you can see, that it is in much better place now. It's also on wheels, so when I get ready to roll it out, or get ready to put the engine in the frame, all I've got to do is roll that outside. I've got plenty of room to do so, then I can roll it back in when I'm done. Well, that's about it for the day. As far as what I'm going to do today, I will continue to work on it throughout the weekend, but let me show you what we've got done so far. Okay, this is the engine for the Deuce Coupe, the 32 Ford. If you'll check my page, my channel rather, you'll see updates on that build right now. It's over at Body and Paint. We're working on the body and paint for it, but it's on the good stand now, the good engine stand now, as opposed to the old crate that I had, because the engine is in the chassis. Had a little bit of a hiccup. I had an old Gen 1 Mustang transmission mount that did not work with this. This requires one out of a Fox body, specifically an 87 through 92. So I had to run to Summit, which is about 55 minutes one way, and get a new transmission mount so that it would all mount up and be good to go. But she is sitting in there. Not only does this show some progress, this also frees up quite a bit of space in my shop, which is really, really cool. Now, of course, next week I'm going to pick up the exhaust and the headers from the place I'm getting the Cerakote job done. So I'll mount and hang the exhaust once that comes in. Probably going to work on the brake pedal stuff next, and some other knickknacks as well. But I think I can call it a night with this. Please subscribe to my channel, like and subscribe, and be sure and make a comment if you have any questions or have any input at all. I'd love to hear from you. To the channel, I got more of an update on the Cobra today. I've been doing a little work on it. This was originally supposed to be an update on the 32 Ford. However, if you've been keeping up with the news, you know we had an ice storm here in the DFW area we're basically dubbing Iceageddon, because it basically put the entire city on a lockdown for about 3 days, and the location of the 32 is a considerable amount of time away. So I'm going to postpone my trip to there to work on that until next weekend when the roads are clearer and it's 70 degrees, because yes, it's 70 degrees within a few days of it being iced over, because welcome to Texas. Anyway, what I'm going to show you now, I'm going to put a picture on the screen right now. This is the exhaust as it looked prior to the work that I recently got done. As you can see, it is custom, a custom undercar exhaust that was hand built for the car by the folks at Hurricane Motorsports. And by the way, shout out to Jake. I appreciate all of the help on that. What I've done is, check it out. Okay, this is just put into place right now because I have the wrong gasket for the exhaust manifold to go onto the head. So, but as you can see, they have been ceramic coated. Got them ceramic coated by a local place here in Dallas. And as soon as I can remember the name of the place, I will put it on the liner notes down at the bottom of the screen so you can check them out. Because the cool thing about it is it once again shows the importance of shopping around. First of all, you'll see the guys did a wonderful job on it. They look outstanding. All the way out the back, the entire system. This is basically, it looks great, but the purpose of this was more as a heat reduction more than anything else. So let me cross over the chassis here, get the other side here, show you what we got going on both of them. The importance of shopping around, though, as I was stating, is very simply put. The first couple of places I called gave me a quote that I thought was a little high. Pretty much, if you do an internet search or anything else for ceramic coating exhaust, the first place it'll take you is a place called Jet Hot, which is very well known, very good reputation. The closest location to me is in Oklahoma City, about 3.5 hours away. The price quote I got from them was, it was high. It was really high, so I decided to shop around a little bit more and found the place locally here. And again, I will put the name of the place down at the bottom of the screen because as I'm shooting this, I can't remember the name of the place because brain damage, I'm in my 50s, you know how that is. But anyway, they quoted me a price that was half of what Jet Hot wanted. Literally half, actually a little bit less than half than what Jet Hot wanted. And they did a bang-up job, fantastic job, quick turnaround. I found out that they're the company that does most of the OEM and dealer ceramic coatings for the dealerships around Dallas. So very happy with the way that goes. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to pause the camera here and I'm going to make a quick run to the parts store and see if I can order the necessary exhaust gasket, the header gasket that goes to the head, and see if we can get that finished. And in just a few moments I'll show you what else I've done on the car. Well, back from the parts store, and as I feared, the bad news is, of course, they didn't have it in stock, the exhaust gaskets in stock, which I figured because it's an unusual part. Good news is they can have it for me in a couple of hours. I'm expecting a call a little later today to go and pick them up. Let me show you why the one that I have won't work. This is a stock Windsor engine. As you can see, the exhaust ports here, you have the 2 bolts on either side of the exhaust port. And that's the way 99% of them are. But this car that I've got has Dart Pro heads on it, Pro 1 series. And as you can see, it's got 2 sets of bolts, one on inside, one on outside. With the way this is particularly done, I'm not going to be able to use the inside holes. I need the outside, and of course a gasket matched up to the other style. The stock gasket will not work, so I need a gasket that will have the outside holes on it. Felpro makes it. It's just that I didn't have one here, so I'm waiting on it to come in. So I've just got this mocked up temporarily right now to see what it's going to look like. You can see though, very, very beautiful job. Let me get under here a little bit so you can see it. They did an outstanding job in the ceramic coating. Very happy. Also, what I've done is I've got the fuel tank mocked up and bolted into place. These are insulators, which I'm going to put along the mounting rails here to keep it from squeaking. I'll take care of that here momentarily. But I've got my fuel line ready, and I just today got the necessary fittings. So I'm about ready to start bending fuel line, run it along this rail here, terminating just where that fuel pump is right there. And then I'll use a rubber hose the way they always do to go to a special fitting that I've gotten that's going to be a barb fitting to go to the input right here. Now you may ask me, why are you using a stock carbureted fuel pump on a car that has fuel injection? Well, quite simple. The fuel system that I'm using is an Edelbrock system that goes really well with this. What it does is the stock pump at 7 pounds per square inch feeds a plenum that mounts under the hood that zips it up to the necessary 40 to 50 pounds per square inch of pressure that the electronic fuel system needs, electronic fuel injection needs. I will be covering that in a later video when it comes time to mount it up and get it all running. But it's a very, very cool system. The reason I did that is I was kind of on the fence on this car as to whether or not I wanted to use a carburetor or did I want to go with fuel injection. Of course, I did go with fuel injection, but by using this fuel system, if I decide later on I want to switch over to a carburetor, it's a lot easier to switch it back, because all you have to do is pull the fuel system that I'm putting in it that I described, the Edelbrock system, pull that out, you've got the stock pump there, run a fuel line up to the carburetor, and you're done. So it's a lot simpler to do the switch over if you need to. It gives me a little bit of added flexibility. Plus, it has all of the fuel regulators and everything built into it, so it's quite a handy little piece. I'll get with you on that in a later video when it comes time to set that up. The fuel tank is in place. I'm going to drop it down just a little bit and mount those insulators. That way we have a nice squeak-free operation. And the next step after that is I'll start running plug wires and all of that stuff on the engine, so we can be sure that we have all the wiring done on that I can. After that point, it's a very simple case of putting the fiberglass tub back on it, the cockpit tub back on it, so I can mount the frame over that goes over the engine to the nose, and I can start mocking up the radiator and do the cooling system. So it's all a chain, but we're making progress. One more update before the end of this video. Let me show you what we've done since a moment ago on this as far as video time goes, but it's been a couple hours. Let me show you what we got. Okay, these are now in. The parts store came through for me. I actually went to AutoZone, believe it or not. It's a Felpro gasket that has the double bolts. These are actually bolted up. The exhaust system is in the car. So that is done. I've also roughed in the fuel line. I've got it bent and run. I've got a little bit of cleaning up to do on that, but it is actually running back all the way back to the fuel pump, or the fuel tank rather. This right here is the vent. Got to run that, and that right there is the return line, which I'm going to run the return line down the other side of the frame using braided rubber hose. A little bit easier to deal with, and it comes. I buy a kit, same kit that I got for the 32 to run that particular line. But she's coming along. Exhaust is up and running. The fuel line is 90% there. Also, I got the clutch line ready to go. It is hooked up to the slave cylinder from the line that was run by Hurricane. I've got to tie this up and make all this nice and neat. I'll do that when I secure the lines. But other than that, it looks good. Probably going to work out of here a little bit more this weekend, doing some knickknacks and such. As I stated, I was going to spend this weekend working on the 32, but weather did not permit that. That is going to be next weekend, so you should see a video on the 32 coming up next weekend. Please subscribe and comment, like, all that stuff. Help me build the channel. We're actually very close to 200 subscribers, which for a channel that I'm not trying to monetize, make any money on, I'm just trying to document my builds and meet new people and do things of that nature. I like that. That's very, very cool. Let's keep going. Okay, what I've got going today is I'm waiting on some parts to come in shipping today, but I'm going to be mounting the vent. I just ran to Ace Hardware and got this 1/4 NPT to hose barb, and I'm going to run a 5/16 hose to this, which I will mount somewhere up high in the driver's wheel well using this bracket. I've got some special help today. You want to meet my help? There's Luna. Hey, Cooper. And this is Cooper. Every shop needs a shop dog. Isn't that right, Cooper? Yes, it is. And this is Luna over here. Hey, Luna. You getting into trouble? You getting into trouble? Yeah, okay. Without them, I wouldn't be able to get this done. Well, we're getting a little bit more work done. I'm going to show you some video of some of the things that we're getting done. Primarily what I'm concentrating on today is getting the fuel line synced up and done. and also get the preliminary stuff for the vent to the tank and to the ventilation for the tank. There's actually a difference. Let me show you what we got. Okay, right here at the bottom there, you see that is the line to the manual fuel pump. This right here is a ventilation for the tank, which will mount this here somewhere in this particular area up here once I get the trunk tub in place. This right here goes, I'm going to use rubber hose to mount it, go all the way around down that frame rail there to go up to meet with the plenum. The plenum has a ventilation at the bottom of it here, so it's got to tie off to that area there and ventilate this system here. Now, as I noted before, the one that is open there, that is the output of the fuel tank. It will go to the input here of this right here. This fuel sump will fill with gas and build up pressure necessary for the electric fuel pump here to go to the fuel injection. Then this right here goes to the fuel rail. And of course, left over from yesterday, I've got the fuel line all secure and in place now. So that is done, whereas it was just roughed in yesterday. I've also got the preliminary run for the spark plug wires. Can't wire that up yet because I've got some more stuff on order right now that'll neaten that up and make it look real good. So I will do that shortly. I guess I could go ahead and run the PVC line as well, which I will do that as well. But we're getting very close to needing the cockpit tub in place. I contacted Josh Hempstead at Eastside Motorsports, where I got this lovely TKX Tramic transmission. They're going to build me a drive shaft. I've got to send the slip yoke to them, and I sent the information to them yesterday, and they're going to custom make me a drive shaft for this particular car as well. Once I get the drive shaft in place and I can start routing the return line for the fuel, once I make up my mind where exactly I'm going to put the fuel sump, I can then put the tub on and the front metal on, start mounting the radiator, and get all of that stuff done as well. So we're very close to putting the tub on, getting that in position to get it ready to go, so it will start looking more and more like a car very soon. Check back with me for more updates. Again, coming up next week, I'll be working on the 32 coupe, planning on finishing off the brake lines, and we'll do body work, sanding, and start some filler work on that. So be sure and stay tuned. Well, it's time to do more work on the Cobra. I'm doing little things here and there, getting it ready to set the cockpit tub down on it. As soon as I can get my body buck built, I'm going to be ordering all of the materials necessary to build the body buck here in about an hour or so from when I'm recording this. But in the meantime, let me show you what we've done so far. Primarily, I'm concentrating on little things here and there to tidy up a bit to get ready to mount the tub to the body onto this. As you can see, I've got the plug wires done. As I noted on a Facebook post, I said there's something very, very therapeutic about making plug wires. It allows you to concentrate on one thing, because if you don't concentrate on what you're doing, it's a real easy way to screw it up. Now, Pete from Pete's Snakebite Kit has been really, really good at assisting me with some questions that I have answered. One thing he noted is he had some concerns as to the proximity of the brake lines to my exhaust system, and I assured him that I had a plan for that. This is what I've done here. In addition to the Cerakote, which significantly cuts down on heat from the exhaust, I've also put in this. It's called Boom Mat, which will further isolate the heat from the brake and clutch lines. And as you can see also, if I can get it under here, I've also got it running throughout underneath the floor pans to be sure that we keep it nice and cool. I'm also going to be putting this hush mat, which is a combination noise reduction and heat reduction. This is just sitting in here right now. I'm starting to mock this up. I had a couple of pieces of that left over from when I did the cab of the 68 F100. So I'm going to be utilizing what's left of that to further isolate heat from the cockpit. And I also, in the meantime, have gotten the drive shaft in. That was received from Josh and the guys at Eastside Motors in Tennessee. I want to thank those guys very much. Very easy way to order that. And also, I've got the ventilation line and the battery cable routed. I've got to go get a torch so I can start using it on those ends for the battery cable, because I am actually out of butane in my current torch, so I've got to go get some more fuel to do the soldering on that. The fuel tank is completely in. I've used the incorrect bolts on the back of it here. I've got to take these out and put the carriage bolts in, which I'm going to do here in just a moment. But the fuel tank is in. We're waiting on a few parts from Hurricane, among them the fuel sending unit and some more of the aluminum, as well as the top part of the fuel cap that goes to the Le Mans cap on the back of the car. One other piece I'm waiting on is a small bracket that mounts the radiator, but I'm not going to put the radiator in, or I can't put the radiator in until I get the cockpit tub in, because the ironwork that goes around the engine bay has to go in after the cockpit tub. So once I get those pieces in from Jake at Hurricane Motors, we will put the radiator in, get the fan mounted up. I'm going to talk to a friend of mine who does some fabricating and see if he can fabricate me a fan shroud for the radiator as well. This comes with a fan and the radiator, but not a shroud, so I'm going to see if I can get him to make me a shroud. Do have to take some measurements on that before I'm actually ready to do that. And here we are on the other side of the car. See if I can get a good shot here. The heat shielding underneath this side as well. I'll show you the package that came in here in just a moment, in case that's something you want to use. And also, I've gone ahead and mounted up the O2 sensor. And yes, I know the O2 sensor is technically supposed to be at a 10-degree angle, but unfortunately with the way these exhausts are and the premium of space, there's just simply not room to run it that way. So I'm just going to have to take some precautions to be sure that that's not going to cause any problems. But this is the wiring, of course, to the O2 sensor. Got that up there ready to go. This is the PVC hose. I'll hook that up to the vacuum lines as soon as I can. Also got me some vacuum line to get ready to run some of the vacuum lines to the places that I need them. Coming along. The vent hose for the fuel, you can see it started back there on the fuel tank, runs down the axis of this right here. This is not a return line, it is simply a vent line. This is a deadhead system. But see, it's routed around there, and it will mount on the aluminum on the inside of the engine compartment right here in this general area. We'll get to that more here in a bit too as well. Parts are slowly trickling in. I've got radiator hoses on the way, but of course that's not going to be needed until I'm actually ready to mount up the radiator. The next thing I have to do is contact Home Depot, order some lumber, build a body buck, which I will probably do tomorrow. Get the body setting up on the body buck, get the cockpit tub in place, and go from there. Stay tuned for more updates coming up. I will be going back to the location for the 32 Ford probably next weekend to do some more progress on the 32. What we've got left on that is simply I've got to replace the pressure switch on the brake switch, because on the brake system that I put in, because it was seeping a little bit. I've already got the part in. I just got to get up there and put it in. That takes about 3 minutes. And then it's a matter of block sanding and priming, and block sanding and priming and wet sanding, etc., on and on and on until the body's ready. Time to do more work on the Cobra. We were busy doing some things this weekend to get everything ready to put the cockpit tub on top of the frame. Let's take a look at what we've got done. Okay, there's the tub right there. Of course, all I've got to do is lift the doors and the deck lid out of there in the dashboard, but that is the tub we're about to go mount, because what I've done is I finally got the body buck built. And there we have it. It is on wheels. I can roll it outside whenever I want to work on the frame, roll it inside. It only takes up one part of the bay in the garage. So I want to thank my neighbor Shannon for helping me with his immaculate carpentry skills, because I kind of suck at carpentry and I appreciate his assistance. It's time to get to work on this. What I'm planning on doing now is I'm going to start putting the aluminum on the firewall here, and also the heat resistant aluminum pad that goes on the footwells on either side of this. We're going to get started on that, get to work. And here we are literally 2 minutes later. The body is pushed outside just by a single person. Casters are locked down. So that is good to go. Now we got plenty of room to work. Okay, the general principle here is you've got to strip down just a little bit of this edge to here. We're going to mount it to this. Now there's a couple of different ways to mount these. You can crimp them, but the best way I think to do it is to use solder on them. And I have these solder pellets right here. Theoretically, the way this is supposed to work is you drop a pellet down into this. You heat it up, which I will be using my torch for that, and then slowly slide the exposed area of the cable, if I can get it to focus, down into it there. Unfortunately, as I noted, I left my camera that I usually hold stationary down in another location, so I'm not going to be able to actually film this, but I will show you the aftermarket, or the after effects of it as soon as it's done. Okay, obviously the best way to seal this off once it's done would be with some heat shrink. Unfortunately, I don't have any heat shrink that is large enough to go over this gigantic cable, but this will suffice just fine. I made sure I wrapped it heavily and very tightly, so I don't think I'll have any problem with that. I've done stuff like that before and it's never had an issue, but it is on there very, very strongly, soldered up. Should be a good connection. Now we're going to mount it onto the starter. Well, I have to say this is a lot easier if you have a second set of hands, but it is in place. Starting the mock-up, got the body tub mocked up, got the engine bay steel in place. Cockpit tub is in place. Dash is just sitting there, of course, but that's about where it's going to sit. That is my heater. I'm currently trying to find a location for it. I think I've got that figured out. Pedals sit in there nicely. Trunk tub is in. Of course, this is all just sitting there. This is the mock-up phase. But it is starting to resemble a car, which is kind of the goal. I did some preliminary checking, and it looks like, it's going to be close, but it looks like my air cleaner is going to clear without needing to use the hood scoop. I still am not 100% certain of that, but it looks like it's going to clear. That's going to make me very happy. I did not want the hood scoop. And now we're doing more work on the Cobra. Right now what I'm attempting to do is I've just drilled the holes following a template to mount the heater under the dash. Everything is a very tight fit. I've got the holes drilled in the fiberglass. Now I've got to mount up an aluminum panel and drill the holes in that. Let me show you what we got. Okay, the holes are drilled. The 3/8 holes are for the mounting studs. The other two are for the heater core. And a little bit of breaking on the fiberglass, which is to be expected. But this metal pan has got to be mounted up next. That is the next item for the Price is Right. All right, the holes are drilled. And I've got just enough clearance for all of my gauges. I'm going to have to route the vents in a weird way, but that's okay. I'm going to have to figure out something for this right here because it's a little bit tight. Again, this heater isn't exactly made for this. And I know that seems like a weird place to put the heater with the hoses in this area here, but upon my measurements, it just wouldn't fit over here this far. Plus, I've kind of got aims of adding a glove box right here, and I don't think that a glove box would work with the heater located over here, even if it did fit, which of course it doesn't. This has provisions for a defroster, but you do have to drill holes in the top of the body to do that, and I'm not sure I want to do that. I may just use the defroster holes and run some ducts over here, and just figure out a way to run some ducts and have those shooting out under the dash, and use those since these are a little bit blocked by this brace here. Still working on that, but it does clear the gauges, as you can see. Plus the gauges are going to gain about another 1/16 to 1/8 of an inch when I put the material on it to cover the dash, so that's good too. Okay, it's the next day, and got some things planned. Just got through with a rather expensive trip to a couple of parts stores. We had to go down to Arlington to Summit Racing and go by some other places to get some items to finish up what I've been trying to work on for the last few days, which is developing radiator hoses, the fuel sending unit, and other items such as that. Let me show you what we've got and what we're going to attempt to do here. Okay, in the Hurricane kit, they've got a couple of different hoses that they recommend. This one right here, for example, and there's another one which I seem to have misplaced. Here we go. These are the ones in the manual that they recommend. The problem with these is the bottom hose that they recommend is for 1.75 on one end, but it's 1.5 on the other, and I needed 1.75 on both ends. And also this one here, which sort of fits, is 1.75 on the wrong end too, which is incorrect. And it also does not have provisions for a filler neck. So I went and purchased a few items. Let me show you what we've got over here. This is a silicone hose kit from Summit, and I know everything that I need to create these hoses is not going to be in this kit, but it will be enough. Unfortunately, I'm going to have a mix of rubber and silicone on that, which I don't particularly care for, and I'll probably get everything mocked up and then later try to find a silicone to replace the rubber in that. But first things first, I also got some silicone heater hoses to mock up to the heater that I mounted. This is an elbow that replaces the plug in the intake for the heater hose inlet. This is a barb fitting to go into this item here, which is my filler neck. Now the problem with this filler neck is it takes a special kind of cap, and all of them do, because if you read the reviews on Summit, the biggest complaint on all parts of this type lie in the fact that the caps don't fit. They're too loose. And I went to O'Reilly Auto Parts, test fitted a bunch of them. The only one I found that fit really well, unfortunately, was the most expensive one they had, which is this one, which is actually pretty cool because it has a built-in gauge on it, and I can live with that. The problem was this was about 50 bucks. So yeah, 50 bucks for a radiator cap. Go figure. That thing better last forever. Also, I've decided to go with a different style of fuel sending unit, the plunger type like this right here. This is actually a marine unit, but I think it's going to work a little bit better. The pendulum type or swing arm types that you normally see, honestly, I haven't had very good luck with them. So hopefully all this stuff will work. We're going to get busy, and I'll show you the progress here in a little bit. Okay, first part is done. What I had to do here, this is a very crude tank that comes with the kit. The holes were not tapped. My sending unit came with a kit with some bolts, but they were a little bit too big for the holes that came with it. Fortunately, I had some button head screws that worked fine. Got my tap out of my extremely crappy Harbor Freight tap and die set. Tap those holes out, and it is good to go. So step one is done. At this time, I would also like to introduce my shop dogs. Have decided to join me. Cooper. This is Cooper. He's shop dog number 1. How you doing, buddy? You got a shake for Daddy? You got a shake for Daddy? You're camera shy, aren't you? Oh, well, that's okay. And shop dog number 2. Hello, Luna. Luna, do you have a shake for me? Do you have a shake for me? Yes, you do. And you've got wet feet. Somebody's been playing in the pool. At any rate, we're going to keep going. Time for radiator hoses and the other stuff. Okay, object lesson on how things don't normally fit. This ProFlow intake came with this plug in the area where the heater hose inlet goes. So I purchased this, because I needed a 90 degree, says it's a 5/8 pipe fitting, which is what it was supposed to be. Didn't fit, too big. So in my trip to Summit today, I got another one. You hold them up exactly together. They seem like they fit. The other one didn't fit. This one did. Of course, the irritating thing about this is I had to remove the distributor to get the thing in there because it wouldn't swing with the 90 degree. But at least now I can route my hoses. Okay, this is complete. Heater hoses are routed. Of course, heater hoses are always going to be a little bit cumbersome on the right side of the engine, but the good news is we've got it run. I really like this silicone hose. It's easy to work with, easy to cut, and allegedly lasts forever. So if that is the case, I will be switching over to it to use. It is enormously expensive compared to rubber hoses, but I think that it will be easier to use on some of these projects when you're doing custom stuff. My audience is still here, as you can see. Hello, Luna. And of course, Cooper is checking things out over here. Always good when you have supervision. One thing I will recommend as well when you're cutting hoses, use a hose cutter. That way you can get a nice even cut. You can see my cuts are very, very flush, very good. Very inexpensive tool from Summit. This is a hose cutter, rubber hose cutter. Not that expensive at all, and very useful. Well, some good news and bad news on the radiator hose. The good news is the top one, the 45 with my connector and the 90 degree is going to work just fine. Cap works and everything. Little bit of a collapse, but it's not going to be that big of a deal. It's not big of a deal at all, as a matter of fact. The downside is at the bottom, I'm 2/3 of the way there. The 90 degree works, then the metal elbow comes out, but then I need a 45 degree 1.75. The good news is those aren't hard to come by. The bad news is it's going to be here Tuesday, so I'm not going to be able to finish this today. Otherwise, if I can avoid choking to death, and as you can see, my shop dog's abandoning me. Our third dog, who is decidedly not a shop dog, has decided he wanted to go in the backyard and bark, and they decided that was much more interesting than what I was doing, so they decided to join him, and they're out there raising hell right now. But anyway, radiator hoses, 90% of the way there. Heater hoses are mocked up and good to go. The elbow right there to mount the heater hoses to the intake is in and good to go. And our fuel sending unit is in as well. So we're making progress today big time. Now what I'm going to do is there is of course the fiberglass trunk floor. I'm going to locate this, drill a hole in the trunk floor and then cover it with a bolt-on metal sheet. That way we can rig up a way where it is accessible without having to pull the car apart. If I ever need to change the sending unit, I don't have to drop the tank or anything like that, so that should be useful. One other thing I got today, what is in these bags right here is simply some 80W90 gear oil. I've got some friction additive for the traction lock, and I've got 3 quarts of Dextron 3 for the Tremec TKX transmission. Those fluids will go in as soon as I get ready to remove this tub again, because I'll have to remove it, make some adjustments underneath. I'll add the fluids to it, but I've got to remove that so I can change some things up here. And I have decided I'm going to contact Shell Valley Motors, who is also a Cobra manufacturer, very, very good company. They have a glove box door and a glove box kit. I'm going to contact them, get some measurements off of it, and I think that's the route I'm going to go and actually mount a glove box in this car as well. So we are good to go there. As you can see, the heater is good. Everything mounts up, ready to go. I'm happy with the progress I'm making. I'm still waiting on the aluminum to complete the engine bay. Aluminum pieces that go here, they go behind the wheels on both sides, because I cannot mount my fuel system, my overflow tank, or other things until that is done. I've decided I think I'm going to go ahead and mount the reservoirs for the master cylinders right there. And of course I'm waiting on this corner piece here to allow me to mount up the linkage for the throttle as well, and put the gas pedal in place. So we're still waiting on parts, but we're making progress slowly. Well, as I can't seem to leave well enough alone, I decided to tackle one more thing before I took a break. This aluminum piece that goes on the fiberglass tub. Most people rivet these on. I wanted a little bit more of an industrial and different look, so I'm going with, again, button heads. Are you noticing the theme there? This is, by the way, a cover that just protects the aluminum. I'm going to leave that on as long as I can, but as you can see, I got that in. I've got 4 more on the bottom there that I'm going to put in place, but I've got to pull the tub off of it before I can get to those with the drill, so I'll just wait on that. But the rest of it is there, and it is mounted and ready to go. And I've got the trunk tub back on without a hole for the sending unit, which is right here in this area, roughly. It looks like it's going to be okay, but if I determine that it's a little bit too close, the gap between the sending unit and the floor is very, very close. So if I decide it's a little close, I may go ahead and drill that hole as I noted. But as of right now, it's sitting back together. Well, as I've been working, I've been thinking about my plan on the sending unit. You know, I talked about drilling a hole and creating a plate to bolt down on to get to the sending unit. The fact of the matter is the sending units don't go out that much, and if they do, to be honest with you, it's not that big of a deal the way I've got the tank mounted. It's 2 bolts to drop the tank. So I think what I'm going to do is I will just simply mount it up and run with it, because it keep the integrity of the floor, one less thing to seal off, things of that nature. So I think I'm going to leave that alone. That's going to do it for this video. I've got some more stuff coming up with the 32 Ford, planning on going there next week to get some more work done, block sanding on the 32, and of course I'll be doing the work on the Cobra as well. Okay, next day, starting to film right after my last video release on the Cobra. We've got a new task today. Let me show you what today's task is going to be, because it's going to be something involving fiberglass and other itchy stuff. Okay, this is the trunk pan to the Cobra, and as you can see here, it's got a couple of provision holes drilled. That one right there, which is for the filler cap, the fuel filler cap, of course, and I will be doing some work on that to seal that up later. But over here, you can see this nice big gaping hole here. This was originally provisions for the roll bar. As I'm sure you're aware, Cobras usually have a hoop roll bar behind the driver. Some have them on both sides. But this is where the bracing of the roll bar comes up through here and goes into the area here to brace the hoop. I am building a street Cobra, so I do not need this. So I am going to attempt to glass that up. Now, my thought process on this is simple, going along the lines, considering this is the second time I've ever done fiberglass work. I've got myself a fiberglass kit. The resin here, yes, I know it's Bondo brand, but for this purposes it will work. And some fiberglass mat as well. Mixing cup to mix up the resin. Paintbrush to, sacrificial paintbrush to spread the resin. And of course I've got some Herculiner to cover it up once it's done, because as you can see, the bottom side of this has a bed liner on it. That's not really enormously visible, so that is more of a make it as less noticeable as possible, the more aesthetic thing. This is primarily to seal up the trunk as opposed to looking great. Some nitrite gloves, of course, because you don't want to spread filler without protection on your hands. And I needed some foil tape anyway, because I've got some other areas where I've got to seal it up. But my plan is to take the foil tape and form a seal around this to where it looks nice and good, to give it some backing, and then glass from the bottom side. We'll see how this works out. Well, it's not pretty, but pretty is not the point. The point is to seal this up to where you don't have any air getting into the back and reduce noise. Again, I'm going to do something with that over there. Haven't decided what yet. But over here, I will peel off the aluminum foil tape here in just a little bit. But this is setting up nicely, and of course I'll grind it down and make it look nice and neat, and then paint it. And considering the fact of where it's located, you'll never know it was there. Okay, I peeled the backing tape off of it. We've got a strong thing of resin. The resin's still curing. It will take a while to cure. But, and yes, I know I've got some divots and everything, but remember, this is going to be carpeted, so it's not really that big of a deal. The main thing it has to do is cover up the area and be strong and durable and seal it off. This side is the same way. I'm going to sand this smooth a little bit. You can see it's already set up quite a bit, but I'm going to sand this smooth around here, and I'm going to come in here with some black rhino liner or penduliner or whatever they call it. It's this stuff here, Herculiner, that's it, yes. And that will look like it was never there because it's, like I said, it's under the car, it's up against the frame. The primary goal of this, with my lousy fiberglassing skills, is to seal it off to where you don't have any noise or any dirt or grime or other things coming up. I might go a different route with this over here, considering the fact that the hose or the filler neck is going through there. I might try to fabricate a metal cover for this and cut a hole in it for the filler neck, and then put a rubber grommet on it to see if that helps. Another issue solved. This right here is the overflow tank for the radiator, and you can see it's got some rather large inputs. Planning on a couple of different things, maybe mocking it up over here or actually mounting it right here, since we do have room either place. The problem I had is, as you can see, these large inputs, the filler neck, that thing, came with a very small barb fitting. It's a 1/8 MPT to what looks like, I don't even know what it is, maybe a 1/4 inch, maybe even smaller than that. But at any rate, obviously running a hose from that to that wasn't going to do. So hop on Amazon, get this little thing here. Yeah, I know, made in China. What are you going to do? Everything's made in China. But it's got a much bigger output now that'll match up with those. And that is mounted into place. So now I won't have any problems running the overflow hose to the overflow tank. So another problem solved. Okay, a quick test fit. Everything lines up perfectly. Again, I don't think I'm going to have to drill a hole for the sending unit. Everything is sitting down very firmly. That, again, once it's covered with carpet, you'll never know it's there. The only area that really shows is right in here. And of course, I sand down some of those areas and spray some black liner on it, and it will be good to go as well. Like I said, this is only the second time I've ever worked with fiberglass. The first time was patching a small hole on the 32. Hello, Cooper. My shop dogs are back with me, as you can see. It looks really good and will look even better once it's finished out. This, I think I might take a piece of steel, try to bend it around this, just screw it into place, drill a hole here, and put a rubber grommet around that to get that fixed up. I think that's what I'm going to do with that. Okay, here we are about an hour later. It has had time to cure. I've got it Herculiner sprayed. The gloss is a little bit different. Of course, all of this is underneath the car, and I intend to drive this car, so it will get covered up. But as you can see, fits nicely. Continuing to plod along, thank you for joining me with this little update. And of course, Cooper thanks you too, doesn't he? Don't you, buddy? Yeah. Joining me, we've got Cobra news now. I am back down here at my house, and you can see by the dust in it. I've obviously been up to something today. What I'm decided to do is I'm still waiting on some parts, so I can't get everything under the engine bay situated. I can't do some other things. So what I'm going to do is over the weekend, excuse me for the weird camera angle, over this weekend, I'm going to get some of my neighbors over. We're going to put the body on the frame, the body of the Cobra on the frame, and I'm going to start doing body work on it. I'm kind of in a body work groove with 32, so I might as well be doing it here. Hopefully I can at least get it roughed in and get it in the first coat of primer before the parts I'm waiting on from Hurricane show up. The aluminum, the gas doors, and all of that stuff. But what I'm going to do with the body is I have started doing some work on it already before we put it on the frame. We're going to do that tomorrow, but let me show you what we've got. Okay, what you're looking at here is where the mold seams were. If you recall on the 32, the first step was getting rid of the mold seams, and the nose is just about there. It has the seam that ran across the top of this right here, and over the top of the headlight and around the body. So we've got that just about knocked out, slicked out. Around the edge here, this is looking good. Right here's where the seam came in right here, and you can see this discoloration. That might scare some people because you can actually see through it. I don't know if you can see that on the camera, but you can see my fingers through that. That's not a problem because all it's knocked down is the black gel coat. That still has thick fiberglass on it, no problem. What I'm going to do is I'm going to sand all this down. I'm going to skim it with this stuff, if I can turn the can around, which is Z-Grip from Evercoat. That's what I use to skim this stuff with, and then I'll work that out, of course, and once I do all of that, I'll be shooting some primer. But this body seam comes down here, comes back over here, which I've started getting that knocked out, goes up this here. Of course, I've got to use a different approach. I'm using a combination of the DA and what they call a taco block. And no, it's not as good as you think it is, but as soon as I can find it, I'll show you what the taco block looks like. I think it's on the other side of the car. To sand these pieces down, but where this is, I just have to get a piece of sandpaper and feather it and contour it around, and I'll do that once it gets down on the frame. But this is worked out here. It came around here, so this is all smoothed out. Got a little bit there, but the tail light goes over that, so I may not worry about that. This is smoothed out. It goes down and around here. Over to this side, got a little bit of a ridge left there. I've got to sand that a little bit more. I've reached a stopping point today, and I'll have to tell you why that is. Again, on the other side, you saw that right there. That's done. And I've started doing this piece here and got to right there. Now, first of all, let's do things in order here. I mentioned a taco block. This is just a sanding block that is shaped like a taco, and it's a little bit more flexible than my other Dura blocks. I purchased this today at English Color while I was out getting supplies, and I have to say I like it very, very much. Now, as far as the reason I stopped for today is my ancient Walmart Camelin house-filled piece of crap DA finally gave up the ghost today. I've had this thing probably 15 years at least. It finally gave up today, so I've got to take care of that. But in the meantime, what I've also done is I've drilled a few holes. This emblem right here goes on those two holes right there, and on these two holes right back here. So those have been located and are good to go. So what I'm going to do tomorrow is we're going to, my neighbor Shannon, who is ever helpful and never complains, and I keep waiting on him too because I ask him to help me with this crap all the time. You're a good guy, Shannon, I appreciate it. But once I get it down on the actual body, down on the frame, that was my DA falling over. It's already broke, I'm not worried about it. But once I get the body down on the frame, I will finish out what I'm doing. I've got a couple of holes to drill up here, which if you can see where that's scribed right there, that's where the windshield frame goes through. The legs for the windshield go through. I've got to cut those out. And other than that, I think all the holes on the body have been cut. I've got to do some finishing on this because it's not perfect yet, but that will get done as well. One of the things I've done is I cut the holes for the bumper bolts to come through here for the hoop that goes around here. This area right here, you see this white stuff. I've already scraped quite a bit of it off, but this is a wax that they layer the mold with, so the body pops loose earlier. But what it sometimes does is it leaves some divots. So I've got some filler work to do here. That's pretty deep right there, so I'm going to have to come in and skim all that. I'll work all that, of course. I've got to finish out these holes here. It's an expensive endeavor, but I think I'm going to use these for what they were supposed to do. You can put a duct on this, and it ducts fresh air into the cockpits. So I think I'm going to go that route, money allowing. But those ducts and the kit to do that is enormously expensive for what you get. So I'm going to have to wait on that just a little bit. But that's going to do it for this day. And I'll pick up the video of this tomorrow, where we will be lowering the body down on the frame, and I'll continue sanding and doing body work. Well, here we are the next day. Gotten lots of work done already today, a bunch of little things. I'd like to touch on those right now. So let's take a look real quick at what we got done. The body is sitting on it. The bad news is I do have a little bit of a clearance issue on the hood, so I do think I'm going to have to go ahead and put a hood scoop on it, which is not a major loss. A little disappointing, but not a major loss. But I have gone ahead and done some more cutting. I've got the post drilled, or the post slots drilled for the windshield. I've already had the windshield sitting on here, but I don't want to debut that yet because that's a big deal. I've also got scribed the areas where the windshield wiper posts are supposed to go, so I'll cut those in just a moment. Coming around back, you won't be able to see this, but if you can look in there and see where those 4 bolts are right there, that is where the fuel tank vent is. Let me see if I can get up here. Of course, the idea with that is it's supposed to be as hidden as possible, so that's where the fuel tank vent is. I've also done some other preliminary things to get everything lined out. I finally got my DA fixed, and she is slowly but surely sorting herself out. But I have gone ahead and pre-test fit the windshield, and I got the holes drilled for the windshield brackets to be mounted. And I'm going to put that rather expensive and extremely fragile thing back in the box here in just a moment. Okay, just to rehash what I've done today, other than what I mentioned earlier. The hood's on it, but we've got some fitment issues to be sure. The whole hood needs to go that way. Trying to figure out the best way to attack that problem. I think what I'm going to do is on the U-bolts that mount the hood, I'm going to widen the holes that the bolt mounts on and move it back. That should buy me hopefully enough room. These are good to go. The windshield, where the windshield sets. I've got the pilot holes drilled for the windshield wipers, so those are located and ready to go. And I think I am going to put an end to this one right here. I may come back tomorrow or next couple of days and start body work again, but I think I will call this video done right here. Now, coming soon, me and another owner of a Hurricane Cobra here in this area. His is actually a lot closer to finished. We are going to the big Southwest Texas Cobra meet coming up in San Marcos between San Antonio and Austin this weekend. So I'll have some video. An interesting thing happened today that I like to refer to as falling down the rabbit hole. Let me show you why. Because if you remember from the video previously to this one, which I think I titled episode 11, I had gotten some preliminary body work done, but had concentrated mainly on getting the body on and things like that. And I said I might come in today and do a little bit of work. And my intention when I came into the shop today was to touch up on some of the areas where the mold seams were, to get those a little bit more flattened out. Well, things kind of got out of hand. Let me show you. I got going, and I just couldn't stop myself. The first sand is done. The gel coat top is broken. Of course, I've got a couple of little areas to touch up on, like the door jambs, things like that, which I'll do later, but frankly, my hands are hurting, so I'm going to leave it alone for today. That area there, of course. All the places where you see gloss, I'm going to have to touch up on. But, surprisingly, The body is in much better shape than it looked like it was going to be when I first started this, because it looked pretty rough in certain sections. You know, something straight out of the fiberglass mold always is, with some rough cuts done, but I'm actually pretty pleased with this. I've got to finish that up, but you can see that opening there for the vents on both sides is looking a lot better. This, you can see it, but you cannot feel it. That's the important part. I'm going to have to glaze just a little bit here to flatten that out just a little bit, because it's got a dip in the fiberglass right there. Not a problem. I can do that. Up here, the ridges from this area around the buckets are now gone. The nose seam is completely flattened out. This one right here, I had to take it down a little bit further than I would have liked, but a little bit of filler on top of that will make it look great. All the way down. Seams look perfect. They're undetectable from touch. Same story here. I got to let a little bit go right there. This one is great. So what comes next, you might ask? Easy question to answer. What comes next is I've got to order some clean strip. Excuse me, breathing dust all day. Clean strip is simply a solvent that you put on a very, very clean terry cloth, or on what I like to use, microfiber towel, and you wipe down the car with it, getting rid of all the dust. At that point, what I'm going to do is start putting filler in the low spots and in some of the imperfections around the wheel wells. I've got some chips in the fiberglass in the area. That's all finished work. Spread some body filler on that. The Z-Grip from Evercoat is what I usually use. It's almost as good as the Rage from Evercoat, and it's about 30% of the cost. And honestly, working people, you can understand that's an important consideration. So I am going to take that in consideration and use the Z-Coat on it. It takes a little bit more work than the Rage does, but in the end, not a whole lot, and certainly not 70% the work. So that's what I'll do next. I'm going to spread some body filler, let that cure out, sand again. Once I get all of the imperfections to the point where I can tolerate them, in other words, where they're nice and feathered and everything looks good, the first coat of primer goes on. At that point, I start doing the same thing I did on the 32. I'll start looking around for imperfections such as pinholes in the fiberglass and things of that nature. So I will get to work on that, and then we'll block it with 320 and start the process that we're doing on the 32 as well. Overall, I'm very happy with the way the car is turning out so far. It's going to have a nice stance. Of course, it's about 3 inches off the ground because of the dollies I've got to roll it around in my shop. But the body looks a lot better than it did when we mounted it yesterday. And while I am completely exhausted, my arms hurt, I'm tired, the good news is my wife, who is a Class 1A cook, is making a wonderful dinner right now. Her hobby is cooking. My hobby is doing this. So she has her kitchen, I have my shop. Kind of a nice combination. All this talk about food has me hungry. So we'll call an end to it on this one. Check out some more stuff coming up very soon. Remember, I am going to the San Marcos Cobra meet this weekend. I think we leave Thursday. Looking very much forward to it. Going with the gentleman who is here in McKinney with me. And he has a Hurricane Cobra that is just about finished, if it's not finished, and we're going to go have some fun and shoot some video and have a good time. So be sure and stay tuned for that. Tell them to the channel. Getting ready to do some fiberglass work, probably because I have decided to switch gears on one small detail on the car. As I've touched on before, the Cobra that I'm building is going to be modeled after the street version of the Cobras, which is specific, no side pipes, no roll bar, things like that. One of the things on the street Cobra, since they were of the later vintage, 65 and 66, they had the Lucas twin circle taillights on each side of the car, as opposed to the earlier versions, which had a small square taillight. If I understand correctly, the earlier Cobras used the square taillights, and I'm going to show you some pictures of that as we go through this, the difference between the two. They used the square taillights originally and switched over to the others because the others you could see a lot better. They were bigger and much more prominent. And I personally like the way they look a little bit better. The safety feature, of course, is something else. Plus, it's correct to the street Cobras. So I think I'm going to go that route, but it has caused a complication on something that I do have to take care of. Let me show you what I mean. This Hurricane Cobra is already cut for the square taillights. The round taillights, of course, go here and here, and they don't need this big thing in the center, which is where the square taillights sit. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to come in here, glass over these holes and finish them flat, and then re-drill for the two taillights. So let's get started. So in the interim, exciting things are starting to happen now on the Cobra project. Let me show you what I'm doing right now, because I have gotten word from Jake, shout out to Jake, at Hurricane Motors, that the parts that I've been missing, specifically the aluminum and the corner piece for the box that mounts the gas pedal and the steering, are on the way and should be here later today. So what that means is this. I have since blown the chassis back apart. Of course, I drilled holes where the mount goes for the tub. This was going to have to happen anyway, because this corner piece right here, I can't get to it with the engine in, so you pull the tub off to do that. Also, I've got to put down the sealer around the foot box and get the aluminum pieces that I'm going to use to fix the gap that is created right here, because as you can see, that kicks in, but on there it's square, so it leaves a little bit of a gap that you have to allow for. But the car is getting blown back apart now. I'm getting ready to saw off the ends of the bolts on my transmission loop, because they are very close to that, to the bottom of the tub. I want to be sure I got plenty of room. I'm also going to add fluids to the rear end and to the transmission. So once I get all that done and the tub goes back on, the tub will be on to stay. Okay, in addressing this gap issue on this with the tub, what I have done is I took a piece of 1-inch aluminum angle, 1 inch by 1/4, I believe, cut it out like so. Of course, I still got to file it down and rip it in, but this will go essentially right like this, and then the spare piece will silicone in like that on both sides. With it siliconed up, that'll be nice and airtight, no problems. Did one for both sides, so that will take care of that issue. Okay, further progress. The weather stripping around the foot box is absolutely complete per the instructions in the manual. I've got the holes drilled and ready to go in the tub. So the tub is ready to put back on as soon as I get the parts that I'm waiting on UPS to arrive. So right now I'm kind of at a standstill until UPS gets here. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start sanding. Stay tuned. Okay, it looks like weather's coming, so I had to stop. I've got this roughed in with fiberglass now. Come over this with some what is called kitty hair, which is fiberglass, long strand fiberglass reinforced filler. Got that one smoothed out. Got this one pretty smoothed out as well. That one's a little bit rougher, probably have a little more sanding on it. I've started taking up some of the ridges that were along the bottom of the body line here and in the front as well. As you can see, I've moved everything inside, so I think it's time to cover up the wife's truck with the hail protector, because you never know with Texas weather what's going to hit. But that's where we're going there. We'll start again tomorrow. Well, the rain held off. It just decided to be cloudy and cool off a little bit. It's extremely humid, so I'm sweating my butt off right now. But I have managed to get some more stuff done. I did roll the body back out and started to work again. Let me show you what we've done now. Okay, in an obvious and thankfully failed attempt to kill myself, I single-handedly managed to get the tub, the cockpit tub, back in place. The difference is now everything is sealed off. The mounting holes are all lined up. It is exactly where it needs to be, and I don't know if you can actually see this or not, but I've got my aluminum pieces that I managed to cut. Those are down and in place, siliconed in, and they are drying. So I've got them in both places there, so that is settled. I also, as I noted before, did some glass work and some sanding work while I was waiting on the glass to cure. I came in here and started finishing out this to smooth it out, because it had a lot of rough edges on it. It had lips sticking down right here where it wasn't supposed to. I managed to sand all those back. I started cleaning all of these up when my compressor decided it wanted to take the rest of the day off. No problem, it's not broken or anything, but I'd been running it a little hard and I wanted to take it easy. Again, I've got this sanded back here. Got those edges taken care of here. Got this sanded down here flat. All I've got to do is come in here with some filler, flatten that out, and the same on this side, and then I come in here and drill my holes for my new taillights. I have to say, do not try that at home. But I did get it on. One of the perils of not having anybody here that can do any heavy lifting with me, you just got to do it yourself. But the good news is I do have the box that I've been waiting for in the car now. I've got the steering shaft run through. I've got this starting to be mocked up. It's going to be close, but it is going to miss the headers just fine. So now it's a matter of getting this piece back on. I'm going to go ahead and secure down the tub and bolt it down with the front bolts right there. Those two, because the others do double duty. They hold in the seat and they hold in the tub. So the next step is get that piece back in place. Very quickly, one more piece of actual bad news. I did get more of the aluminum pieces that I've been missing. These pieces right here go behind the wheel well and create a barrier for the body, but I did not get the inner pieces for the engine bay. I did make a phone call to Jake at Hurricane Motorsports. Just a difficulty in communication. They call it one thing, I call it something else, because frankly I don't know what to call it. But he did say that he has those pieces in the shop. He's going to send them out to me Monday morning. So the good news is I've got plenty to do in the meantime, but those will be here. Then I can start mounting up and mocking up my fuel system and all of that once those pieces are in. But ever forward. Well, I got into a groove and just couldn't stop myself. When the last piece of video just a minute ago, I had just gotten the tub in place. Well, let me show you what we've done so far now. Okay, had to deal with that. The steering wheel not being straight was bugging me. Now it is straight. Lots of fingerprints. Of course, I'll take care of that later. But one of the problems with Hurricane is on the ones with the side pipes, you had a little bit of a close call with steering linkage on the headers. But you can see with this one, we've got room to spare. Of course, this right here, I'll have to drill a hole, run that one all the way down in there. I'll do that momentarily. This is just a mock-up. But this wheel actually does more than just look good now. It moves the wheels. Woohoo! And of course, with placement of that all-important corner piece that mounted the steering, we now have gas pedal, which this is basically a mock-up that is exactly like the ones that came in the original Cobra. So we have a fuel pedal now, moving right along. Okay, one more thing before I call it a day and clean this crap off of me and go get something to eat. I have the reservoirs to the two brake master cylinders and the clutch master cylinder hooked up. I need to go get some clamps. I need clamps for the caps on the top of the master cylinders, and I need 6 clamps for the hoses themselves. But that is in position. I'll have to use a funnel because the hood comes out to about right here, which means I'm going to have to reach in like this to actually get to it, but that's no problem. I can simply just get a funnel. They all three take the same kind of fluid, and bam. But of course I'm going to bleed them out and take care of everything like that prior to putting the body back on anyway. So that is in place. This may be one of those weeks where I have more than one video come out. I fully intend to come out here tomorrow and start spreading filler onto the places on the fiberglass that I corrected and things of that nature, do some more sanding and things like that. Also get the clamps on for that master cylinders and the reservoirs. I've done now, if you recall in the last video, you saw me glass in the area for the cutouts of the square taillights that was going in it. I was going to install the round taillights. Let me show you what we got here. Okay, these are mocked up and in place, good to go. Line up real nice. I just like this better than the square tail lights. They're bigger, they're brighter, they show better, and let's face it, these cars are small enough and people are going to miss them anyway without having dim tail lights. So I think I like this a lot better. Quite happy with how this turned out. And in continuing to tie up loose ends, I've got the hose clamps on all three of the reservoirs. I'm still waiting on a part to clamp those inlets to the actual master cylinder. They will be here next week. Okay, performing one of the more nerve-wracking parts of any build is drilling holes in the body. I don't know if you can actually see this or not. There we go. Dealing a little bit with shades, but what I've done here is I've gone ahead and I have drilled the holes for all the headlight mounts, for this mount here for the turn signals, and of course you saw in the earlier video I've got the taillights roughed in as well. So the next step is to spread some filler. Okay, once again expressing my extreme novicehood about this, I have spread some filler on here, waiting for this to cure, to see if I can smooth out that area on the nose that was really rough. I also spread some here to try to smooth out that body line there from the remainder of that seam, and back here, roughed all this in to smooth that out. Of course, a lot of that won't show because it'll be covered by the tail lights, but I at least want it to be real nice and slick and sturdy, so I think it will be just fine. I'll sand that down as soon as it cures, and that may do it for today. I'm feeling kind of lazy today, may not do much. One other thing I did do is I got a cutting wheel attachment for my Dremel, and I've come in here and I've started trimming these pieces out here. Ran out of battery right there, so I'll trim that piece off there. Also got this trimmed down under here, where that looks nice and neat. So the body is starting to shape up. I may come in here and do some of this here, smooth all that out as well. And then move forward. Haven't decided yet how I'm going to attack this. The filler, I was having trouble getting it to spread on that particular angle. That's just my inexperience. I've got some red putty on the way, but some of these gouges are a little bit deep for that, so I think I might try to initiate some filler in that and then come back later and putty it if I have to. All right, continuing with body work. This rough part right here, I've just about got it filled in. There was a divot right there, maybe just a little bit more, but I might be able to take care of that with glazing putty because it's very slight. Some residual stuff I've got to sand off right there. Got a little bit of a deep throat there, but this stuff will show up more after the first bit of primer, which I'm getting very close to squirting my first bit of primer. Under here, you can see I've got those edges cleaned off. I've got to sand them now, smooth now, but it's no longer drooping down. Same as with over here on the bottom of the body. You can see that it's trimmed down quite a bit. I've got this smoothed out quite a bit. With this ridge right here, this part of the body was just a little bit lower than this. I've got that sloped off. Same with this right here. That's nice and sloped off. I've still got to touch on the edges of the wheel guards here because they've got some rough places in it. I started on the passenger front side. I'll show you that in just a moment. I've got part of it done, but I need to go back and hit it again. This right here is smoothed out, ready to go. This is smoothed out, ready to go. Here's some more rough edges here on this here, as you can see. I'm going to have to work on that, but this is good. This is ready to go. I need to get some trimming down here. You can see right here, this is how both sides were. I've got the other side trimmed down now. I've got to get this one to match. That way it's not so jagged looking. This smoothed out. This is good. This is the wheel arch that I've done some work on. I've got a lot of it taken care of, but I've still got a couple of bad places. There's one right here, for example, was a pretty deep crevice. Right here, it's a pretty deep crevice, and I've got a pinhole right here. So all of those have to be addressed. I've got a place right here that's going to have to be filled. This nose was really rough, and it's proving to be one of the more challenging sections of the car. But I also got all the holes drilled for the headlights, holes drilled for this, and of course the tail lights, which you've already seen as well. I've got some more trimming to do in this nose piece right here, but I don't have the tool to do it yet. I'm going to have to get an attachment for my Dremel to get into those rounded areas, which I can certainly get. I just got to order it, which means it'll be here in a few days and I'll start hitting that. But we're slowly getting the body roughed in. As soon as I get all this filler work done, which is 3 of the 4 wheel arches plus the one I've already worked on, and some other areas smoothed out just a bit and get some of those areas trimmed out just a bit, we'll be ready for the first coat of primer. I'm going to lay it on thick with the high build, cover as many of these scratches as I can. I've still got to work these door jambs out right here where the body seam blended in, but that's going to be hand sanding, and that's going to be quite a bit of a challenge. This still got some wax in it left over from that as well. So the door jambs need attaching well. So I will hit that on the next time, but frankly, I'm about to run out of steam for the day. I've been out here all day, and I'm ready to call it one. One other thing I have done on this is you can see that the steering linkage was in place as it would before, but I've already actually drilled the hole in this piece here. Remember that screw was sticking out way far, I said I had to drill a hole. Well, that is done. That is inset, ready to go. The steering is tightened up quite a bit. Works really well. I've started doing the preliminary work on getting an idea of where I'm going to put the glove box door. That's going to take some work, and I've still got to figure out how to actually get that done, but all in good time. I might actually have a friend of mine help me with that. That's quite a bit better at that kind of stuff than I am. So again, I got the clamps on the reservoirs leading down to the master cylinders, and the clamps on the master cylinder input are on the way. They'll be here sometime next week. And of course, I've done some trimming here. This under the cowl section here is where we are right now. This was really jagged, so I've got that nice and smoothed out. Same goes on the back here. This was really jagged. Now it's nice and slicked out. Of course, I've got to come back in here with block sanding and sand it down further to make it even. But you can see the pieces that I cut off of it were quite jagged. So definitely making some progress in that area. Again, the lessons that I've learned and spoken about on the 32 apply here. Don't know what that is. That is, don't get in a hurry. Take your time. And if you make a mistake or you miss a spot, go over it and keep hitting it until you go. Hopefully, once I spray the first bit of primer on it, I can start finding spots that I'm not seeing now in the black gel coat. When the primer, you can typically see things a lot better. Smooth that area out, and then we'll move on to block sanding with 320, which is the step that I'm at right now on the 32. On the 32, I'm about ready to start on 400. Next trip up, which will be next weekend. Back in the shop this morning, back here where the Cobra is. I'm about to do some more stuff on the Cobra. Bodywork, of course, is the article of the day, but I'm also going to attempt to hook up the fuel accelerator linkage. Might have to cause me to do some alterations to the actual connection on the throttle body, as it is interfering with my air cleaner. It's one of those little things they don't tell you about. Might have to do some cutting, which makes me a little nervous, as it always does. Plus, I brought the hood to the 32 back to work on it here. It is a little bit behind the rest of the parts. I'm at the 320 and blemish filling stage on it, whereas everything else is close to ready to paint. So in the interim, while I'm here, I brought the hood back with me, see if I can get it caught up with the rest of the stuff. That way I can 600 it when I get back to the location where the 32 is and get to work on it. But let's show you what I got planned for today. Very quickly, just a rehash of the last video. Since this video has been taken out, I have sprayed the underside of the hood. It is a crude fiberglass hood. It doesn't have any dressing on the bottom, so I just basically used some undercoat on it just to get it done. But what we're going to be concentrating on this today, I'm not even sure if you can see them. Let me add a little light to the subject here. Maybe we can see that. There's just some very small blemishes. One right there. I don't know if you can see it or not. Yes, right there. And got some right here. Again, these are small, but they will show up in the paint. So that's what we're going to be working on that today. Now, as far as this goes, what I noticed is, and this is the air cleaner I'm going to have to use because I need something small and very low profile. The problem is the throttle linkage, as you can see here, hits the air cleaner. Now, I think what I can do is I'm going to hook up to this hole to use the throttle linkage, and I think I'm going to come in here with my Dremel and try to cut that off and see if I can get it to clear. Now, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to hook everything up. You can see there's no throttle linkage, just this right here is where the gas pedal is. Comes out, it's got a rod that comes back to some linkage here, and a rod that goes forward here. All of that, with the exception of the actual rods, is contained in this bag of parts here. They did not send me the rods to connect the two, so what I have done is I have gotten some threaded rod, And my plan is to use that and to dress it up in a very unique way. So let's take a look at what I'm going to do. And with those heim joints and the threaded rod, here we are. Of course, I've got a plan to clean up the threaded rods, but actually, you know what? It doesn't look too terribly bad. But the way this works is the gas pedal under here, like so, pulls back on that. Of course, I've still got to put a throttle spring on it. And by the way, this is very hardened steel. I went through 2 drill bits trying to widen this hole out just a little bit, and of course I managed to get that cut off nice and neat. These things are indispensable. I didn't have one until I started this project, got it for one little thing, and I have used it beyond belief. So if you're working on a Cobra or any other car, for example, these are definitely handy. And now here we are. I've got my fuel filter, my heater hose, my heater back in place. I had to move those, of course, because of the mounting for that. But one thing I did have to do on this particular arrangement, first of all, on this throttle assembly up here, most of the Cobras I've seen have these mounted lower and sticking up as opposed to sticking down like I have them. But I wanted to put my fuel filter here, and that negated the possibility of mounting this lower because of interference. Now I did have a straight 6AN fitting on this fuel filter right here, but I have since replaced it with the 45. It will pass under, and of course I'll route my fuel hose accordingly. But throttle is in. Let me actually get in the car here and hit the throttle so you can see it work. Not too shabby. I'll take it, and it works. Okay, considering the length of my day, I'm a little bit unmotivated to work today simply because frankly, I'm tired. That was a lot of work yesterday on the 32, but I have gotten my Dremel, and I've got this roughed in where this is a little bit smoother. Of course, I'll take a sanding block and sand that down the rest of the way, but I've cut quite a bit of the excess off, as you can see, and this is going to make for a much smoother project. I need to come in here and flatten this out as well, get that ready. I've got an idea on how I'm going to mount the louvers there, so we'll get to work on that. And I need to start spreading filler again because, well, it's not going to get done without me doing it. So that's next. Okay, just to touch up on some other things, in addition to getting the throttle done, I have now got the throttle spring return rigged up on the Cobra. So, like I said, I haven't made up my mind if I'm going to do the cosmetic enhancement to these threaded rods or just live with it, because I kind of like the way they look. They kind of look cool. They don't look as bad as I was afraid they were going to. I've also done some more addressing with the red glazing putty on some of the rough spots of this nose. That's in the process of drying. Basically, these were little pinholes that I found and little cracks in the gel coat. Tried to address some of the fenders here. I'm not sure if the glazing putty is going to be sufficient for this, but I thought I'd hit it just to see what happened. Worst case scenario, I can sand it off and start all over again. Also touched up a few places on the back here. And on the 32 hood, switching gears a little bit. I don't know if I've mentioned it lately, but I absolutely love this Advantage 350 high build primer. I get it from English Color. No, I am not sponsored by English Color. I just have a good working relationship with the guys there in the McKinney store. He recommended this primer. It is just absolutely fantastic. It sands easy. It covers good. A lot of the areas that I thought I was going to have to sand back and do glazing putty were actually addressed. So these are just real fine, real thin addressings of that. I'll sand that down with 320, match the rest of it, shoot some primer over it. This may be ready for 400 wet sanding after that. This hood is a lot further along than honestly I expected. So we'll see how that happens when it dries. All right, a follow up on the hood. Got a light on this here, see if I can get a decent shot of it here. You can see the areas that I was trying to address now that it's sanded down. I've got it feathered out. It is just filling in the other areas. And to touch, you can't even tell It's very, very slick. I go over this with a heavy coat of the high build primer. It will be ready for 400 grit. So that is the next step. The spots on the Cobra, I had to lay it on a little bit thicker because the imperfections there were a little bit more pronounced than they were on the hood. I mean, the stuff on the hood after the high build and the sand were barely there, but they would show up on the paint. So that's why I put a thin coat on that. It dried very quickly. I was able to sand it down. That one is ready for a coat of primer and go back wet sanding at 400, and it'll be caught up with the rest of the stuff on that. As you can see on the Cobra, I have not done any sanding on those places as of yet. The reason for that is as I stated, those were a little bit more dramatic on their imperfections, so I'm going to let those dry. Probably overnight. It's a little cool today, believe it or not. It's only about in the low 50s here today, so I'm going to let that dry overnight. When I get back on it, I'll hit that. If it's good, I'm good to go. If it's not, I'll go with the heavier duty filler to address those other issues. This was just a attempt to see if this would be good enough. If it's not, of course, I can always go back and fix it. But it is going to take a little bit longer for that to dry because it is a lot thicker on that than it was on the hood. That's going to do it for this video. Not a lot of content on this, but just to see you, show you where we are on these things. The good news is the hood's very close to caught up with the rest of the car, which means if I can prime it, sand it, wet sand it with 400 grit, and then come back and prime it again, I can take it back to where the 32 is, and all those pieces will be ready to be wet sanded with 600 and then go to paint. So we're very close to paint on that. The Cobra, of course, is getting along really well. Got the throttle linkage hooked up. What that means is all three of the pedals have a function now. I'm waiting on some clamps that are supposed to be here tomorrow to seal up the master cylinder's connection to the reservoirs. Once that is done, I'm going to pour fluid to it, bleed the brakes, bleed the clutch, and once I get those items done, we will have brakes, we will have clutch, and we will have accelerators. So all three pedals will be working, steering will be working. So basically the mechanical end of the cockpit will be very, very quick update on the Cobra. We've been working on the Cobra today. I haven't really had a chance to film because I want to take advantage of this glorious day. For the first time in weeks, it isn't raining and it's not below 70 degrees. It's actually about 81, 82 degrees and sunny. So I'm taking advantage of that to get some work done. In the background, you'll hear my dog. It sounds like she's being murdered, but in reality, my wife's got this Nerf tennis ball gun that she fires at them, and the dog's just like it's the greatest thing that ever happened to them. So just bear with me while we hear the dogs bark in the background. Kind of cool, kind of cool. Let me show you what we've got done now. Okay, body work continues. I'm trying to flatten this out, get this all nice and taken care of. The wheel arches have been dominating most of my time. I'm getting them really smoothed out. You remember how jagged they were under here? I'm getting them really smoothed out, getting pinholes and craters taken out of it. Got that there. Remember this huge crater we had here? Well, that's been taken care of and sanded in, so I think that's just about good to go as far as the heavy body work goes. This one here, about ready for some primer. I had some rough edges here, but I'm also smoothing out underneath, as you can see, so that's improving. Had a little bit of a divot, taken out chunk here. I had an air pocket in the fiberglass resin that caused some problems here, but I've got that filled in. That's looking good. This wheel arch here is sanded underneath. It was still rough on the edges, so I'm trying to work the edges on that one. This one also, as you can see, is getting worked. I've got it roughed in on the bottom too. So you can see the underside that was really bad on these is starting to get straightened out. So that's good. The nose is starting to get into shape as well. Got this real nice and slick now. I've got a few things to get a hold of with my Dremel under here, but I'll take care of that a little later. Other things on the chassis is, I don't know if you can see this or not, but I'll try to show it. That right there is my clutch slave cylinder, and I'm operating this by hand, so bear with me. But you can see that the clutch is engaging successfully, and also the brakes are working. So if you look at it this way, the throttle, brakes, and clutch are all sorted. I've got my reservoirs here running down to the master cylinders. I've got them bled, I've got good brakes, so all of that is taken care of as well. I ran the negative battery cable. It is actually back here now, so I'm good to go on that. I actually ordered a really cool battery box that'll be here tomorrow for this. This one came with a plastic battery tray, which it works, but I'm not happy with it, and I wanted something a lot nicer, so we'll check that out when it actually comes in. Forgive the dust, that's all from the body work and everything that I've been doing. But the good news is this. Hurricane Motors, as I'm sure you're aware, has been for sale for some time. As a matter of fact, the company went up for sale shortly after I ordered this kit. So I've been a little bit nervous because, you know, when companies sell, things fall through the cracks and everything else. I have been waiting on these aluminum panels where a lot of my stuff is going to mount for a long time. Haven't gotten them. Nathan Hedrick and Sean Borga are the two gentlemen that have purchased it. You can go to hurricaneroadsters.com and also look them up on Facebook, because those two guys are the gentlemen that have bought it. They have moved operations to Indiana, and if early indications are correct, these guys are going to do an outstanding job. Nathan reached out to me. I don't know if he goes by Nate or Nathan. I call him Nathan. But he reached out to me on Facebook, knowing that I was waiting for some parts. I had the last hurricane out of Iowa, and he has absolutely outdone himself working on getting me those aluminum panels. He sent me pictures of them, so I'm absolutely positive they are the correct panels this time, and they will be on the way to me, or actually they're on their way to me now and should be here on Tuesday. So I want to send a personal shout out and thanks to both the guys that have purchased Hurricane Motorsports. It is now Hurricane Roadsters in Indiana. They have really shown me that they have customer service as a definite priority, because they have worked with me, they have dealt with me contacting them daily, they have dealt with stupid questions and things like that, and they have been just outstanding to deal with so far. Very, very pleased. I'm actually planning on taking a trip up to Indiana just to see the new facility, check things out, and meet the guys, because they've been really working hard for me. I mean, the fact of the matter is my car has already been bought. They bought the company after mine was sold, so financially they don't have the new sale coming from me, but being a customer of Hurricane all along, they have really been over backwards to assist me, and I wanted to thank them personally for that and look forward to moving on. I've had many people contact me asking me when Hurricane was going to start offering kits again, and I have been told by the guys that they are planning very, very soon to start selling Roadsters again. So stay tuned, and if you want to get a Hurricane, which I highly recommend, it's an outstanding kit, they will be making them again very, very soon. Just to recap, more body work, brakes are working, throttle works, clutch works. So we are getting there quickly. Thank you for joining me for this quick update video. I really appreciate you joining me. We have actually broken the 300 subscriber mark. I cannot thank you guys enough. Please continue to share and comment, and of course like. It would certainly help me grow the channel. But in the meantime, just another quick update. We've had a little bit of a development. I've got a new project that is possibly going to be coming up again very, very soon. A new project. This one is for my middle kid. I've got 3 daughters. I'm building the 32 for my oldest daughter. The middle one has told me what she wants. We have found a deal. I've just got to go to the location where this car is and finish the deal, hopefully tomorrow. And of course I will post a video on it, because if I can close this deal, it's going to be an excellent, excellent, excellent purchase, and for a very, very specific reason. As I'm sure you're aware, if you've watched any of my previous videos on the Cobra, I've been waiting and frustrated by incorrect parts and things of that nature, waiting on 2 specific parts to allow me to really forge ahead on the Cobra build. Well, I just got another package in. Let's see what we've got. All right, this was just received from Nathan, one of the new owners of Hurricane Motors. It certainly looks the same. Let me get a box knife out and see if I can open this up and see if this is what we've been waiting for all this time. Okay, a razor blade and about 1,000 feet of tape apparently. Nathan outdid himself with the tape. I bet you used a whole roll of tape on that, Nathan, but the good news is it came intact. The question is it the right pieces? Yes, it is the right pieces. This is the pieces I've been waiting on. It forms the inner fenders to the engine. These are already mounted, ready to go. Let me show you why I was anxiously waiting on these. This, as mentioned in a previous video, is the sump for my fuel system. It is going to mount right there. And as you can see, without those panels, I had nowhere to mount it. Now, I can go to town on it, get the fuel system up, get it running, get all the hoses run, put my radiator in to stay, and put the aluminum over the radiator in to stay. So, as you can see, this is why I have been anxiously awaiting these pieces. I had to, of course, you got to trim just a little bit in certain areas to get them to fit properly, because none of these are all the same. But Nathan, if you are watching this, I cannot thank you enough, sir. You really came through for me. I can really start doing some work now. And now here are the aluminum pieces with the protective coating peeled off of them. Really starting to take shape now. I can actually do something with it now. I'm very, very excited about this. Good to go on this. Time to mount the radiator. Okay, as you can see, it's starting to shape up now. The aluminum pieces are in place. I've got the aluminum up here taken care of. Got to clean that up, of course. The aluminum up here is in shape. Everything there. I've got to cinch up the clamps on the hoses, but it is finally starting to look like an engine compartment. Okay, day number 2 since receiving the aluminum, I've managed to actually get a lot of work done. Just to give you an idea of how important it was for me to get these panels in, and I may rehash some of the stuff I've already talked about, because like I said, I'm shooting this the next day, but let me show you what I've gotten done as of last evening and including today. Now, I may have touched on this already. I've got the aluminum pieces in place. This right here is the sump for the fuel system that I mentioned that I've got for this. I've already got the vent hose is run, secured so it doesn't interfere with anything and attached. I've got to run a fuel line from the stock fuel pump up to this connection, then from this connection around to that 45, and then from this 90 to the fuel rail. So that's what I'll do probably this weekend. I've got to move some stuff around. Tomorrow, of course, is my day to work in my office, so I'm not going to be able to work on it tomorrow, but probably this weekend I will plumb that and continue with body work. Also, I got my radiator overflow canister plumbed, ready to go. You can see it's going there, and of course if it overflows completely it can still run out to the ground like it normally would, but that is a overflow canister for that is already hooked up and ready to go, so that is good. The engine compartment is starting to get a lot busier now, but as you can see, this is why I haven't been able to get a lot of work done, because I've been waiting on those aluminum panels. I finally got it. You can see that we're starting to enclose the radiator shroud area. The first pieces of the nose aluminum are in place, so everything will run efficiently. Radiator hoses are all hooked up. The serpentine belt, of course, has been on it. The plumbing is done. The shroud is on. And what comes next? Well, funny you should ask. Once I get the fuel system plumbed, the 3 fuel lines that I've got to run, and that's a little bit involved because it's pressed to fit, and there's a special way that you have to go about getting those on there because they do handle high pressures. Once I get those hoses put together and bolted in, the next step is to start wiring. Now, I've been talking to the guys that now own Hurricane motors. I did get the incorrect dash on this particular car. I got the, let me see if I can turn my camera around here and show you what this is here. This dash is for the SC model. No glove box, speedometer, and tach are mounted right there. Now I'm going to show a picture of what the actual street dash does. I'll show you a couple of pictures of completed cars that have street dash versus the competition dash. I'm supposed to have the competition dash, which has a different gauge arrangement and a glove box. And now I've been talking to the guys that now own the company, as I stated. They're going to fix me up. We're going to get that made. That might slow down the wiring process a little bit because I have to mount the gauges, obviously, and when I'm wiring them. So that might slow things down just a little bit. So I may wire everything except the gauges and then just wait on the dash. I'll just have to play that by ear. But they're going to fix me up on the dash, and they've already have just absolutely knocked it out of the park with customer service, working with me to get the pieces that I'm missing. I'm only missing a handful of pieces now, and we're really getting close to just getting down on this car and getting it finished. I'm going to stop this video here because on Friday I'm going to start back to work on the car, and we'll post another one this weekend. So stay tuned. Got more stuff coming up on the Cobra. In a couple of weeks I am driving down to where the location is for the 32 Ford. The plan, unless something goes awry, is to do the final 600 wet sand and paint. So that car is going to get painted in a couple of weeks. The Cobra, if I've got time this weekend, the plan for it is to start the wiring, but the main thing I want to do that, also, since I'm going to be priming some pieces I've got here for the 32, I've got to get them up to speed, including that hood, the dash, and things like that. I'm also going to put the first coat of primer on the body if I'm able to. So that is coming up in the next video for the Cobra. And of course, I'm also doing some preliminary studying to get up to speed on what to do with the Volkswagen and the first steps. On the Cobra again, as promised today, doing a lot of work. You'll have to forgive my fan in the background because this weekend in Texas, it is expected to be 92 degrees, afternoon thunder showers, and humidity of about 647,000%. So it's a little bit muggy in here, as I'm sure you can imagine. But we are back on the Cobra again. If you remember last time when we left off, we had finished the aluminum under the hood and gotten all that in place, mounted the overflow tank for the radiator, and the plenum sump for the fuel system. Where are we now? Let's take a look. Okay, I have spent the better part of the morning plumbing the fuel system. These are push lock hoses with 6AN fittings, and you can see I've got it hooked up from the fuel rail, hose back to the filter goes around. I've still got to tie that up and neaten it up a little bit to the fuel sump, and of course the fuel sump hose going down to the stock fuel pump. So all of that is plumbed. I've also taken the protective coating off of the firewall aluminum, so it's looking nice and shiny now. I've trimmed up with seam tape on my heat shield here and on both sides, so that is good to go. And back here I have run the vent line to the fuel tank, so that is good to go, and it is out of the way exhaust, so that's not going to interfere with anything. So that is done. I have also taken the time today to, because the wheels are ready to stay on it for good, I pulled the spinners off, put on the anti-seize, hammer them into place with the lead hammer, and put the center caps on all four wheels. So the wheels are on to stay. The only thing I've got left to do there is hook up the safety wire, which I will do at a later date. I have the pliers, but I don't have the safety wire, and since I'm not going to be driving down the street anytime in the near future, that is something that can definitely wait. But those are done as well. So what's next? Okay, back to work on the Cobra today on this weekend. The next step, I've gone through and sanded the rest of the gel coat areas that hadn't been touched yet on the body. I've got the, just for good measure, I have the hood for the 32 set up. I'm about to spray some primer. First set of primer for the Cobra, so I'm going to mix it for a high build. Let's get it done. Well, we have a long way to go on the body work, but it looks better because it's all one color at least. This primer has several benefits. Number one, it's a high build primer, meaning that it will fill in some very superficial blemishes. Number two, it makes stuff like this and this and this easier to spot. So now I can really get to work in earnest on the body work because I can see things. The hood turned out beautifully. I'm going to wet sand it 400, and actually I think I'm good to go with 600 on it. Wet sand it 600, it'll be ready to paint because I did do 400 earlier. The body's still far from perfect, but it does look better. I can see the areas that need work, and I can also see areas that were a little bit better than I thought. Plus, let's face it, when it's all one color instead of all scratched up and black and blotchy and everything else, it kind of looks a little worse than it actually is. So the good news is we're getting there. I think I'm going to let this cure for the rest of the day. It's supposed to have thunder showers again tomorrow, so I'm going to have this be my work for the day. Got some spots right there I can see. And then I'm going to move forward with the next step, which is starting to block sanding with 320 and getting the filler after the rougher spots. The filler, of course, will come first, and then we will move on from there. All in all, a success. I think we're ready to move forward on this now and get to work. Thanks very much for watching this installment. Please hit subscribe. We've got a long way to go on this body work. The 32 Ford, of course, is getting ready for paint. So the next video I post of it hopefully will be the weekend I go up to do the paint job on it. Well, good morning. We're back at it on the Cobra. That is from the fumes from yesterday's priming. We're back on the Cobra, and what we're going to be doing today is beginning the most detailed and intensive part of the build, in my personal opinion. That is the wiring. First thing we're going to do is we're going to mount all of the harness and the PCM for the ProFlow 4 Edelbrock fuel injection system, and then we're going to start mapping out the body harness. This is going to take several days, as still waiting on information on the dash and things like that, so I can mount my gauges and stuff like that. But we're going to start doing the preliminary stuff today. Okay, what we have here at the beginning of the harness, this is this connects to the distributor, to the coil, and to the idle air controller. So these are the first preliminary things I'm going to start working on. I also have to work on the vacuum outlet on the fuel system. I've got my PCM, main wiring harness, auxiliary wiring harness, and some other things, and of course instructions, all very important. So we're going to start mounting this stuff up. Initially, I think I'm going to mount the PCM in this area. Got plenty of room to do so there, so let's get to it. Alright, just a status update. I've started doing the preliminary connections. This is my O2 sensor. I haven't gotten to that yet. I've got the 8 fuel injectors rather wired, and the fuel pressure sensor, the idle air controller, which is back here. This is the map sensor. This is the throttle position sensor. One thing I've learned on this already, just a little tidbit on Fords, or actually there's two things. One, the distributor connections for a Ford, since the distributor is in the front, and for a Chrysler, has an extension harness that you have to add to it so you can get the plugs back to where the ECM is. Now, what that also necessitates, unfortunately, is I'm going to have to lengthen the coil wires to reach my coil, which is no big deal. It's just a simple matter of snipping and extending the cables. But this extension harness is necessary because of the location of the distributor, because otherwise the plug will be right there, and the main harness plug would be right there, and that's not going to work, obviously, because the ECM is back here. The other thing I noted is I figured out how to release these clips, and it's actually better on the right side of the engine on a Ford because of the heater hoses and the way I've got the fuel system done. It's better and easier if these hoses are not present, if they're not in position. So I think I'm going to unplug these, route them under there, and make that a little bit neater. But if these hoses are not in location, it's a lot easier to get to the injectors. Okay, now these cables right here are routed under the fuel rail, so they're a little bit neater in a way. This position sensor right here, this is actually not a position sensor, this is the air temperature sensor. What I have to do is I have to drill a 3/4 inch hole in the bottom of my air cleaner. That will mount to the bottom of the air cleaner to monitor the temperature of the air input. So let's get to that. Okay, this is an area where you have to get a little bit of creative. This is the air temperature sensor that you have to drill the 3/4 inch hole in, put the grommet in, then move that through there. This is a very small air cleaner. This is the Stelling and Helling air cleaner that 427 Cobras came with. I'm using it due to hood clearance issues underneath the hood because I'm trying to go without a hood scoop. Now, the problem is the filter is thick, and this is where the filter sits, and most air cleaners have a little bit of space here, whereas this one does not. What I've had to do is I have to go in and trim this just a little bit to where it will fit right in there. Just like that. Now, after trimming it is in location. Everything is good to go. Alright, back again. The PCM is mounted, hooked up to the main harness. I've just got these tethered together for now. I'm going to neaten all of that up later. This connection right here, since this is a truck mounted battery, this is to the positive and negative, or excuse me, this is actually a fuel pump connector. I've got to get some instruction on that because Edelbrock actually has some conflicting information. If you're using the fuel sump system, some instructions say it needs to go straight to the ignition, whereas on this particular item it's got the fuel pump connection. So I need to determine which of those would work. It looks like it will connect. I've just got to verify that. The fuse and the relay are mounted where I can get to them in case I ever blow a fuse. This right here is the positive and negative lead. This goes to the back of the car into the trunk because that hooks that up. This goes to the ignition switch. So I've got to, when I drill holes for the main body harness to come through, it will do that. The injectors, of course, are hooked up. Distributor's hooked up. Coil, I've got to get some wire and extend the connections that I showed earlier to get those to run all the way up to the front. So we're working on that. I also, if you can see that blue hose there, I've got the vacuum hooked up to the throttle body for the EFI for reference there. So we're plodding along, getting this straightened out. On the Cobra today, the list of items that I'm going to start working on today is first of all, I've received a new battery mount. If you recall, the battery mount that came with this Cobra kit was basically a plastic tray with a nylon tie-down strap. Would have worked, would not have looked good, and to be honest with you, not a big fan of it. So I decided to try to find something new. I'm using a Optima yellow top, the deep dive battery. So I found a battery tray that specifically addresses this battery. So I'll show you that in just a moment. Also, we're going to start the preliminary work on the body harness, and I've got some wiring to finish up on the EFI harness as well. But let's take a look at this battery tray. Okay, this is much better than the one that came with the actual car. It is made out of billet aluminum that is ball milled. The bottom tray mounts hard to the trunk floor, and it ties together and clamps it into place. It has provisions for the top post, as you can see, and of course the side posts are very clear as well. So just a much cleaner mount. Of course, I'll have to pull it back out when I get ready to carpet, but this basically mounts it in place. It's very sturdy, no problems. Very happy with that. Alright, what we've done here is, if you recall from the last video, we had this wire here that was supposed to run to the back to the battery. And if you can see that black and red wire right there, those are run back to the battery now. I've cleaned this cluster of wires up back here. Those will not be visible once I'm finished with that. I've also extended the harness for the coil, which are these right here. And as soon as I get some loom in tomorrow, I will neaten all of that up. I had 1/2 inch loom, but I needed 1 inch because of the number of wires I've got there. So all of that is done, with the exception of this, which I'm not sure if I need, because this goes to monitoring software, and this is supposed to be Bluetooth to a Android pad. I may not need this. These wires right here are to the fans. I will only use one fan, so I need that wire there. This wire is not needed, and this one, which is labeled tack, will of course go to the tachometer. So these two wires will be hooked up whenever I get the tack and I get the fan in. This goes to the ignition, so that is not ready yet because that goes to the body harness. Everything else is hooked up to the PCM. All of the sensors are hooked up, so all of that is good to go. Okay, more wiring progress using the torch and solder pellet method. I have got my ground cable from the battery hooked up and ready to go. So at this end, both battery cables are completed and are ready to go. So we don't have any more of that to go. Now I am ready to start hooking up the body harness in earnest. I think I may go ahead and mount the windshield wiper motor first, however. And with that, the windshield wiper motor is mounted. Now I've got to figure out the rest of it. I think I'm going to have to hit the forum and get some instruction on this, because the instructions I got with the system are very cryptic. To be continued. Okay, here we are on another day, working on the Cobra still, and I think I just completed what has been so far the biggest pain in the ass of the entire endeavor. Okay, as you can see, the windshield wipers are mocked up and ready to go. This is really a pain because you have to buy this, which is 3/8 aluminum line that you flare on each end. You have to install the gearing inside of this and the cam mechanism to attach to the cable. With lithium grease, you feed the cable through this. It actually goes into these connections right down here. I don't know if I can see that. Yes, I don't know if you can see that on both sides, and those bolt to the body. So that section is finally in the car. I've taken all my measurements 14 times, made sure of it, and we are ready to go on that. And now that I got some 1-inch loom in, I have managed to loom up these wires here. Those back there, those are plugs. They're going to have to stay tied, but I've got that all nice and neatened up. Plus the hood comes up to this far, so it's going to cover a lot of that up. But that's neatened up nice and neat now. So I'm pronouncing the EFI harness ready to go. Everything is hooked up, everything's routed nice and neatly, it's ready to go. And now I've managed to drill holes in the mount and got the fuse box mounted. So it is good to go as well, down here where you can actually see it, and it's really close to the steering column, but it does not contact. Everything's cleared, so that's done there. I'm getting real close to calling it a day, maybe putting an end to this video, because I do have a long weekend ahead of me. I am traveling to get ready to do the 32 Ford. Now this may look like a jumbled spaghetti mess, but it really makes sense to me, because what I'm doing is I'm just laying the routing of the wiring out. What I've got here is I've got 3 branches of the harness that go under the hood. Those go there. These here go under the dash. It's already plugged into the fuse box. This right here is the rear body harness. So we are slowly but surely getting this mapped out, getting it ready to go. This one that I tossed to the center of the engine, that's going to run down this frame rail right here and go and branch out to the front, because this also has my headlights, parking lights, and all of those connections on it. This one that goes back here, this is third brake light, hot and ground. Not sure if I'm going to use that. The only way you can mount a third brake light on these without doing a lot of modifications is on a license plate frame. Not even sure that'll work, so that remains to be seen. These are my rear lights right here. Brake lights, parking lights, signal lights, and everything. Under the dash, all of this, you've got gauge feeds, main feeds, feeds to the wiper motor, which of course is right there. So all of this is separately. I might have to separate some of that stuff out. Headlight switch, things of that nature. Now the way I always process this is I do a rough layout of the harness. It's getting a little bit late at night here. It's about 7 o'clock. This is the last night I'm going to be able to work, so before I go to where the 32 is and get that done. Then I will be back and do some more work later in the weekend. But this is a good stopping point right here, because it's basically has roughed in where everything goes. I haven't started cutting, splicing, mounting, anything like that. The only thing I've got in place is the plug in to the fuse box, which the fuse box is mounted, and I've got a general idea of where each branch of the harness goes. This is a fairly simple harness, much easier than the F100 was, because I'm not running air conditioning, I'm not running power steering or power brakes. I'm not running any electrical other than the charging system and the lights. I'm not running any heating. Well, I do have a heater, so I do have to run hot to the heater. But other than that, it's a very, very basic system with only about 10 or 15 circuits at most. So this should be pretty easy. We're going to call this video right now. Thank you for joining me. Coming up next, and I know I've been promising this for a couple of weeks, but this is actually the weekend that I am going to go and attempt to paint the 32. So I'm gathering up my supplies to go to that. I am leaving, let's see, today is, I think today is like May 15th, May 16th, something like that. This weekend is when I go and paint the 32. So we'll get back on the Cobra after that, and of course I'll have a video coming up on the 32 as well. Hopefully that goes well. My first ever car paint job, so we'll see how it goes. It's been a while since we've been able to upload a video. A couple of reasons for that. Number one, I did a lot of traveling, as was noted in my prior video, to the NSRA Nats and talking to the new owners at Hurricane Motorsports, or Hurricane Roadsters, up in Indiana, where they have relocated. Been doing a little bit of work on the 32 also, but as I'm sure you're aware, for a couple of months the Cobra has been on hold because I've been waiting on a part. Let me show you what we've got. Okay, this is the dash that was sent with the Cobra. It's a very good piece, very well made. A couple of problems, however. As you're aware, I am building a street version Cobra. This is a dash for the competition and semi-competition, or SC models. Differences are pretty pronounced, actually. Number one, the gauge layout is different on these, whereas this one has the speedometer and tachometer here and 3 gauges here, 2 gauges here. Well, on a street version, these 2 gauges are supposed to be below these, and this gauge is relocated over here. So a different gauge arrangement, plus the street version has a glove box, and as you can see, this one does not have a glove box. Now, what I've been doing with the Cobra, it has been on hold as far as getting progress on it, because I am at the wiring stage and I needed the dash in, the correct dash, in order to start the wiring because of the gauges and everything, positioning of things such as that. Nathan and the rest of the guys at Hurricane Roadsters have by their great graces, decided to offer the dash that I was supposed to get, the street dash. Even though I purchased the car under the old owners, they were going to furnish me with a new dash. And they've been a while, of course, getting up and running. It's a lot of work to get it moved from Iowa to Indiana and then to get everything set up. But I just got this in. This is the new dash. We're going to unbox it. Let's take a look and see how it goes. Let's say hallelujah. We have the new dash in, and it is right. You can see the difference in the gauge clusters. Quite a bit of a difference, actually. I did not have them cut all of the holes because I'm not sure which switches I'm going to be using and which ones I'm not, but we do have a good start on that. There, of course, is the provision for the glove box, the door for the glove box right there. So we have success. The new dash is in. We are ready to get back on the Cobra. I cannot stress enough my thanks to Nathan and the guys at Hurricane Roadsters for working with me on this. As I stated, I ordered this Cobra before the new owners took possession of the company, but they have been very forthcoming, very helpful. Customer service has been top-notch. Cannot think of a better group of guys to work with. If you haven't been keeping up with my content in the past, what I've been doing over the last several months is we've been in the midst of a move from the Dallas-Fort Worth area to the Ozarks, to a farm that my wife inherited that is going to allow me to go from a 2-car garage in the suburbs to a nice 30 by 40 garage with 15-foot ceilings and a whole bunch of room to work on the 2 projects that I've got going now, a Hurricane Motorsports Cobra and a Show Me Hot Rods 1932 3-window highboy. I've actually been able to get back, now that I've gotten some of the work done in the shop, and I actually have a little bit of lights in here, more on that coming up soon. I've actually been able to get back and actually do a few things on the Cobra. Let's take a look. Just as a reminder, this is my Hurricane Motorsports Hurricane Roadster Cobra replica. This is a street version, meaning no side scoop, no side pipes, no roll bar, Lucas taillights as opposed to the coffin style taillights, and a few other things that are just absolutely different. What I've been doing is I've been roughing in the body and started the preliminary fitting of the doors, the hood, and the deck lid. I've got a lot of work to do on this, but I have managed to make some strides. Way back in one of my much earlier videos, some time ago, when I did the first fitting of the hood, it was way off. I had about a 2-inch gap here, it was overlapped badly here, and the entire problem is the tub for the seating area was in a slightly different location than it should have been. So I relocated that, was able to move back the body, and now we have a pretty good roughed in hood. Now, it's still got a lot of work to do on this because these panels are intentionally sent to you larger than they need to be. So what I'm going to be doing in the next couple of episodes is I'm going to come in here with some 1/8" vinyl tape, and I'm going to be taping off the area of where I need to sand and grind to get the gap set on this particular hood. Being a fiberglass replica, we've got some imperfections. This right here, for example, it's a little bit high on these sides, and I've got it just about adjusted out as much as I can, but I'm hoping it will drop down a little bit once I get these the hood sized a little bit better to fit the hood opening. You'll notice it does not have a hood scoop. It does have the etching for the hole in the hood should I decide to go that way. And the problem that I was worried about was, did I have enough clearance? Because with the Edelbrock ProFlow EFI I'm going with this, it's a particularly high-rise intake, and it was going to make it very, very close. However, I have managed to get the hood on here and get it roughed into the size where I think I can absolutely get some clearance. It almost, if not barely, touches at the front end of this up here. But if I decide that is a problem, this is a second layer, I can come in and I can clearance this a little bit to make sure it fits. And I will not have to cut the hood scoop, and I will not have to use the hood scoop. So that makes me very, very happy. I don't know if I can actually get in here. Let me see if I can turn on some lights here and get up in here. But you can see just how close that is to everything under there. So I am going to have to probably clearance it just a little bit, but I think it will work just fine. Now on the doors, I've started preliminary roughing those into position. They're not going to be too terribly difficult to fit. I've got to get them dialed in a little bit better, get the insets and everything set so I can start setting the gaps on this. The deck lid is going to be an issue. When they made this body, and this, I'm not sure if I told you this or not, while it is not the latest serial number of the Hurricane Roadsters, this is the last one that left the Iowa factory before Hurricane closed, sold, and moved to Indiana. And it looks like they might have rushed this deck lid just a little bit. The contour doesn't fit. This is going to take a lot of work, and it might frankly be beyond me, but I'm going to give it a shot. I need to space this up a little bit right here and start setting the gaps here as well. I also need to come in here and drill a hole for this because that's where the fuel inlet goes. And you can see I've got undercar exhaust on this one as opposed to this typical side pipes that you normally see on Cobras. The dash is not quite in yet. I'm getting it upholstered as we speak. As soon as it is upholstered, I'll bring it in and I can set it in the car. At that point, I've just about got everything roughed in close enough on the panels where I can actually start roughing those in. I'm out of the 1/8" tape that I need to do that. So the plan is in a couple of days when that tape comes in, I'm going to mark those where I can start finishing them for the gaps. The body is then going to come back off. We'll put the dash in and we'll continue the wiring, which as you can see right now, all of that is the under hood wiring that needs to be have a hole drilled in the firewall and then run through and gone to their locations. But that is essentially what I've gotten done on the Hurricane right now. One other thing that I managed to get, the SC and the competition models, the grill opening is just like this, but there is a thing on the front of the street models. It's just basically, it's a piece of sheet metal. It acts, believe it or not, as a spoiler to add downforce that mounts in the grill right across there, and it has a piece of chrome trim that goes across it. I did manage to locate a source for that piece. And this is the piece in question. This is a sheet of aluminum, and no, it's not white. It actually, this is a protective coating that comes on the aluminum. This is bare aluminum. You can see right there where it's starting to peel a little bit. Right across here, it's got a piece of chrome trim that goes in it. The chrome trim is in the box. And this is made for the Kirkham Cobras, which are aluminum body Cobras, but the dimensions of it work out perfectly And what it does is it basically mounts inside of here, like so, and has the chrome trim that goes across it. And it's actually adjustable where you can adjust the pitch of it. You can see that it's got a contour to it, and you can adjust the pitch of it up or down to add or subtract downforce. Believe it or not, it does work. But what I've got to do now is I've got this piece of sheet aluminum. It is ready to go. I've got to figure out how to mount it inside of the grill. Now, this right here, I've started roughing these in. These are the bumper mounts right here. I've got them clamped sort of in place, but the body may actually have to come up a little bit due to the rise in the hood right there. So all the adjustments right there are not quite done, so I'm not ready to drill holes like that. You've got a hole that you drill right here that's part of the body mounts that mounts to the inside of this, and then of course you've got the bumper mounts that go through this hole right here as well. And I think what I'm going to do is figure out some way of mounting that off of these, whether I can put a bracket here, maybe run a threaded rod across here to allow a swivel, put another one in the back off of a hinge or something like that, and mount that up. I haven't quite figured out what I'm going to do with that yet, but that is something I'm working on. And by the way, any of you Cobra guys out there that might be watching this video, if you have that grill splitter on your Cobra, I would be very grateful if you could send me pictures or send me ideas on how to mount that. I have scoured the internet, asked many questions, have not been able to find any notes on a mounting system for that. There was a guy that was making these from a company called Darkwater Customs that I had been talking to rather. And the last communication I had with him was an email that he sent out to all the people that were in his database saying that he was out of business and no longer doing it. I did find the source for that, but they have no way of mounting it. So if any of you guys out there have a Cobra or a Cobra replica, if you could take some pictures and send them to me on how that mounts, that would be wonderful. Otherwise, I'll just have to figure something out on myself, which I can do. But if I can get a little bit closer to the way the original one was, that would be outstanding. I would very much welcome that. So if you can, be sure and send me a message, and I'd be happy to talk to you on that. Now, as I said, the next step on this is going to be to put my body buck back together, lift the body back off of it, put it on the body buck where I can continue to do body work on the body itself, and also get this into what is referred to, of course, as go-kart mode, meaning get all the wiring done, get the engine started, get it running, get the seats and interior and all that mounted and in position where I can actually sit down in the thing, and we might be able to take it for a first go-kart run before we're ready to start really settling in and nailing the body work. We've got a long way to go, but we've come a long way as well. And of course, there is the 32 coupe I referred to at the beginning of this video. I will be getting back on it as well. We're in the wiring stages right there. I've got to wire the gauges and other things on the inside. It does not have exhaust on it yet, but I will be able, hopefully pretty soon, do the first start on that as well. So we're getting very close on both of these as far as first start goes. And this is the dash that they sent to me originally. It is not the correct dash. This is an SC or semi-comp dash. I wanted the street version. Again, I am building a street Cobra, meaning no side pipes, no roll bar, no hood scoop, full bumpers, the splitter, quite a few differences. And there is a difference in the dash as well. If you were referencing some of my early videos, the gauge placement is considerably different, and the other dash actually has a glove box. That dash is in the process of getting finished out, and as soon as I get that back, I will mount that dash, get all the gauges in position, and move forward from there. Say what comes next in general. Today being a Sunday, I'm about ready to shut it down. My wife and I have been doing an awful lot of traveling the last couple of weeks. Got our last kid graduated from high school and running back and forth to where she is. She's in a school that is down in Dallas. She's about to finish graduating before we move her to college. So we've been doing a lot of traveling lately. But once this next weekend, I am going to be getting a scissor lift in here, start putting up the ceiling lights, get them wired up as well. Once that is done, put my body buck back together. I don't want to put it back together right now because I'll need room for the scissor lift to be able to move around freely in here, and the less things that I have up and around that I need to move out of the way, the better. So once the lights are up, I'll put the body buck back together, get this body back off the Cobra, and start the wiring process again. So please. Now what we're going to be doing now on the Cobra is getting ready to cut this out for the fuel filter spout. Now the cool thing is the manual for the Cobra actually comes with a template, which I have cut out right here. It gives you the center area to cut out using a 1 3/4 hole saw, and it also gives you the holes that you have to drill into the racing style pop-up cap. So let's take a look at this. Now this is the area right here. This pops down right in here. We can set that up in the center, get ready to determine where that's going to be. I'm going to poke a hole right there so we can find our center section, then I can mark center. Now there is our center cap. As it turns out, this gasket does not match this cap, so I can't be using that. But this, as you can see, we've got the centered out right there. So that's good. And I've got my center point denoted right there, so it's ready to drill. Using the recommended hole saw, we've got this drilled out. Set this down in here. Should be good to go. Let's take a look. Let's put our cap in, see what we got. And here we've got our center cap in place. Let's double check our cap to make sure it fits down in there. That will go on there quite nicely, at which point this screws on and we should be good to go. So now all I've got to do is I've got to use the template and cut out the holes around here for the mounting screws. Done that, got those marked. Now all I've got to do is come in here and drill my holes. Okay, again, using my drill press, holes were drilled in the base, and using that as a guide, I've got this drilled here. So let's slip those screws on and see where we go from there. And with that, we got the bolts in, got the cap screwed on tight. It is mounted and ready to go. Test fit is done. Cap pops up. Works just fine there. Get ready to gas that up. Now all we've got to do is come under here and run the gas lines from the cap to the tank. Let's keep going. In spite of going online, registering for a U.S. Postal Service account, and electronically signing for the document for the shipment, the shipment required a signature, which I did online, and the guy who delivers our mail decided that it needed a signature, and I had to schedule a redelivery because when he knocked on the door, both my wife and I were in meetings. So, didn't get the parts today, going to pick them up tomorrow. Stay tuned, more stuff coming on that, and I'm going to be getting back on the wiring of the 30 and hot rods. As you can see, I've got 3 shop dogs in here, which I'll show you in a minute. We'll show you the shop dogs in a minute. I also have my Mustang in here because we're supposed to get some hail later possibly, so anytime there's severe weather I move it in. But as you can see, still have plenty of room in here to work, no issues. What we're going to do is we're going to get on the bumper, but there's shop dog number 1, there's shop dog number 2, and shop dog number 3 is somewhere else sniffing around. That would be the black dog Luna, and there she is over there. What we're going to do today is we're going to try to get this mounted up. I already got a test fit on a bushing there to see how long of one I need. I got my spacers in. The one I was venting in the last issue about how the U.S. Postal Service needed a signature and I signed online and they didn't deliver it anyway. But what I got here is I've got 2 aluminum spacers, 3/4 inch outside diameter, 1/2 inch inside diameter. I need them to be 4 inches long. I got 2 8-inchers, got 4, cut the 2 in half. Then that should be good to go to help us mount this up. Let's get busy. You'll see here is I simply took my tape measure, measured the halfway point, wrapped the tape around it to give me a good solid edge, and I actually used my hacksaw to cut this. I could have used the Sawzall or a cutting disc or whatever, but I wanted a real smooth, even cut, and I can control a hacksaw a lot better than I can the other items. So that's done. These sleeves are ready to go. They're all the same size. Now what we've got to do, you can see I've got the 1 rubber grommet in that one right there. I need to drill out the other 3 holes to install the other 3 rubber grommets. So let's get busy. I will be using my step bit for this because it works so well on that particular item there. And with that step done, we now have the rubber grommets built in, ready to put the shafts through. Now once I put the shafts through and get those located, I will cut about 10-inch lengths of this 7/16 threaded rod to run through the spacers and mount the bumper. Okay, as Clifford is checking out, I have the threaded rods cut to length, and now we will slide them through the bumper and then through there and bolt on the inside. And with that, threaded rods are in place, mounts are in place. The bumper sticks out a little bit further than it should. I can always shorten the sleeves a little bit if I want to, but the important thing is I've got plenty of clearance for the trunk handle now without actually banging your hand constantly on that. I can always shorten that if I want to, but frankly, I think it looks pretty good. I can certainly live with that. Again, we've got more of those sleeves on the way that'll be here Friday to shorten that up, that gap up right there, and get it shortened up using the same mounting technique that I used here. What do you think about that, Clifford? You like it? Well, he looks happy, doesn't he? And of course, Opie is over here. He's looking happy too. Not real sure where Luna is. There she is over there. She's just chilling. So at that point, we'll leave it to the shop dogs and continue the next time. As you can see here, this is the head wound I alluded to from the previous video. What happened was I was pulling some items out of the trunk, had it propped up like that, and slipped and fell. The trunk lid came down and sliced my head open. Always be careful in the shop, guys. A lot of dangerous stuff out here. Back on the Cobra, this time on the front bumper. As you recall in previous videos, and if I still got some stock footage up there, I'll show you where it was sticking. The mounts for the front bumper were too long. They were 8 inches. I needed them closer to around 7 inches because the nudge bar was sticking out about that far from the front of the nose of the car, and it needs to be a little bit closer. So what I decided to do, I went with the same spacers before, the 3/4 outside diameter, 1/2 inch inside diameter. They only come in 8 inches, so I'm cutting 1 inch off of each one of them, which I've already done. And those are just sitting in place inside the rubber grommets. I've already done a test fit. They look like they're going to be a much better fit. So now it's off to the hardware store to get threaded rod. Okay, have my threaded rods cut to length. Let's see what we got to do to fit. Well, after much ado, had drill holes in this side and in that side. Now these Cobra things, these Cobra bumpers like this, they never did fit perfectly well. And with inconsistencies between the kits, of course, I had to make this fit. But I think I can work with that. It's a little bit low on this side compared to that side. I can adjust that. That's not going to be that big of an issue. I'm thinking about actually taking that side down as opposed to this side up because I like the way the contour is meeting all the way around right there. Now that, coupled with the rear bumper, which you saw in the previous video, and the fuel cap, that constitutes a lot of drilling and a lot of work. Now what's next is I'm going to plan on getting the body pulled off this thing, maybe possibly Saturday, and start the wiring, get the dash mounted. One of the things I need in this shop is a shop fan. That is the next item up for bids, and I will be acquiring one of those very soon because it's very, very humid in here today, as you can tell by the drenched nature of myself. But I think this Cobra is going to look good. I'm happy with the progress I've got on it so far. So far, so good. Well, all right, now with preparations getting in line to pull the body back off of the Cobra, since my goal was to rough in the doors, trunk lid and hood, which is done, get the bumpers mocked up, which is done, and get the gas cap mocked up, which is done. Now it is time to pull the body back off of the car so I can mount the dash, get everything wired, mount the steering. And as you can see, I just got through putting my body buck back together. So the next step, we're going to be in a couple of days, whenever I get some assistance in here, we're going to get ready and pull the body off and get back to work on the wiring of that. Now, of course, I've also got the Deuce Coupe over there. The wiring on it will continue as well. So it looks like I'm going to be cutting wire and placing all of that stuff for the foreseeable future. And about 45 minutes later, doors, hood, trunk lid, bumpers, bumper braces, All of the needed things are taken loose. The body is basically just sitting on the chassis now and is ready to be lifted off. Now, I'm not going to trouble you with lifting the body off because, frankly, it's a very ugly endeavor. You have to bend the fiberglass and pull and things like that. Plus, we're going to have all hands on deck to do that. That will be done in a couple of days. Be sure and join me on the next video. On the next video, we're going to hit the wiring again, so stay tuned. It's not heavy, it's just cumbersome. Right. Just like that. Okay. Now what I'm going to try to do, we're going to lift it up and then walk it over so we can get out there. Hold on. Hold on. Shop Dog Clifford, and Shop Dog Luna. Now what we're going to be doing today, first of all, I'm going to be removing the trunk pan out of it. I've already got the battery pulled out of it, but what we're doing that for is I've got to get under there so I can mount the trunk arm latch to the chassis, which is how you latch the trunk lid shut. I've got the dash set in place, but the first thing I'm going to be doing is routing all of these wires and getting it ready to complete the wiring under the hood. Dog Clifford looking on. Got the tub sitting back in it. Got this cut for the trunk lid to go down on. Let me add the piece that's missing to show you how that works. And now with this in place, the trunk lid comes down, latch cups out, hooks on that, and it should be good to go. This has some adjustment in it, so I can adjust it up or down to make it work however it needs to work. Once I get that all upholstered and carpeted over, it'll look good as new. That's done. Now it's time to start routing these wires. Now what I've done here is I've begun preliminary routing of the different branches of the wiring harness. As you can see, these basically come up in branches. What this is the harness that goes to the various lights and other electrical things up at the front. See here, you've got the horn relay wire, you've got your ground, you've got your fan power. All of this stuff goes to the front. This right here is also going to the front. Some of these are not going to be used because they have your tachometer, which is used, but it also has things like the HEI distributor wiring, which I'm not using, but this also goes to the actual engine harness. This right here, these are the main harnesses. One is to the primary starter solenoid, one is the A1 main power, and the other is the main ground. These here, this is third brake light and third brake light ground. These are to the rear tail lights, your rear signal lights, brake lights, etc. So all of this has to be routed thoroughly. You know, this right here, you've got your switches. These are under dash plugs. And to get ready to actually connect and run all of the gauges. You've got the glove box door here. This will be pulled down to expose whatever type of glove box I've got. If you look at previous videos, you'll see that I do have a glove box attachment that goes in the back. I might cut the top off of it and just have a glove box tray. The original Cobras, I've seen some of them actually have glove box trays in lieu of an actual glove box. So that might be something I'm toying with as well. But they're all going to mount up to the floor, to this metal frame on the back, as is the main part of the dash. I've got to go in here and locate my holes so I can run the screws through and actually mount the dash to it. I've got a very limited space here, so we're getting ready to get the gauges mounted as well. All of this is going to be coming up in the next video. Also up, these two boxes here, actually this box, I'm not even sure what has in it. Yes, these two boxes here have sound deadener that will go inside the tub. Of course, I've got the battery over there and some other assorted items. All of that is insulation materials and everything once I get the tub completely bolted down. Next thing I've got to do is run these through the dash, drill holes in the firewall. I'm going to run them through. Basically, they hook up to the underside of this right here, and route along this side. I'll have to drill a hole and put a grommet there to run the wires through there. And we can get all of that done, get the fan hooked up, get the main engine harness hooked up, and before long, actually get to do the preliminary first start. So all of this is coming up in the coming weeks. Be sure and hit like and subscribe because we do have quite a bit of stuff coming. We're just now getting started on this. I'm going to go ahead and start routing the wires and get those in position to where they can go to the termination points that they need to be terminated. Okay, in between dogs barking at neighbors, as you can see, I've got he's barking, doesn't like what's next door. Got the wires run through the dash, got the wires routed to the back, and I've got my switches placed in the dashboard area. So everything is ready to go, ready to start connecting things. The first step in any of this is getting the wires in the vicinity where they need to be. Now what I'm going to be doing next is I'm going to be looming all of this. These will be attached, of course, to under here, tucked out of sight. You won't even be able to see them. Make it all nice and neat. At this time, I'm going to call it a day. Had a very, very late day yesterday. Had to make a 1,000-mile round trip in 14 hours to see my youngest daughter graduate. And I'm a little bit wiped out. So that's going to do it for now. But next time, what we're going to start doing is we'll start doing the looming and the routing and try to figure out why my dog's barking. Discussing the next stage in the wiring of the Hurricane Motorsports Roadster's Cobra replica. What I've been doing today is of course, if you look at the previous video, I routed all the wires and got them roughly where they belong. Today, I've been starting to hook things up, get things a little bit closer, and I've also mounted my gauges in my dash, started cutting the holes for the switches, and did some other things. So let me show you what we've got going on. Okay, the first thing you'll notice is this right here. Several of these wires, these right here, a lot of these are not going to be necessary. This blue one is an oil pressure sending unit. I'm not going to need that because I'm using a manual oil pressure gauge. The pink one goes to an HEI distributor. That one is not needed. And of course the red one and the black one are hot and ground. These right here are going to the front of the vehicle. I'm going to have to basically just leave them roughly in place until I get the body back on because I don't know exactly how long they need to be cut to go to the headlights and the parking lights and everything else. This right here, I've got it roughly routed. This goes to the negative side of the coil. That is your tack feed. This one right here is a plastic tube going to the aforementioned manual oil pressure gauge. This right here is the sending unit for the coolant. I've got it routed here. It will go under and go over to this connection right here. If you can see that brass connection, that is where it will sense the coolant temperature. I've also got again, this oil pressure line here goes down to the stock location for the oil pressure sensor. So that is in. Now I've also mounted my gauges. If I can get Clifford out of the way here. And Opie, hello. Yes, we have the shop dogs. Got the gauges mounted. They are in. What I've had to do is get a little bit creative. I did not put my heater in the stock location. That heater actually is going a little bit further to the left because I wanted to maintain a glove box. Now that has created other problems. Anytime you move stuff around in a car, it's going to create problems. So what we've done here is I've got the tachometer and speedometer mounted. Back here, you can't really tell because I've moved some things around again, but I've got everything roughly positioned as far as the feeds that go to the gauges. The oil pressure line, of course, is going to go to that oil pressure gauge. fuel line has 2 lines from it. It has a sending unit connection and a power. The water temperature, of course, that wire is back there. Oil temperature, I'm not sure if I'm going to be using that one, because I'm not sure if this particular engine I'm putting in it has provisions for that. I'm going to have to do some research on that before I can let you know on that. Now the volts, you just run a 12-volt line into that and a ground, and that will read that automatically. The speedometer is not the one that came with the kit. You can see it's a little bit different, but what this one is this is a GPS speedometer. So it is going to read GPS signal as opposed to hook up to the transmission the way a traditional one did. Now, what did I do to make room for this? First of all, the way I've connected this, the gauges, is I've got them siliconed in. The silicone is still drying. I've already tested one. It's going to work just perfectly. I had to, believe it or not, trim back the plugs for the light, and to make room for the oil pressure unit, which I'm not sure if you can actually see that or not. It's to this gauge here. What I've done is I've put in a 1/2-inch spacer. The button head screws that I'm using are not long enough in this position, so I'm waiting on some new ones to come in. They will be in Thursday. But I got a series of these, which are 1/2-inch, 1/4-inch inside diameter, 1/2-inch deep spacers. And what I'm doing is I'm tilting the dash out just a little bit. Now you won't really be able to tell. It's a very subtle difference, and it gives me room. That extra little bit of tilt gives me room for that particular gauge. Now I've got the switches hooked up. One of these this is going to be the horn button. One of these is for the light switch, and another one is for the dimmer. I've got a switch for the heater, which is right here. That is mounted. It's a 3-way rotary switch. There is also a switch for the windshield wipers, but the problem with the switch is, let me show you, this fiberglass dash is very thick. It's about, I want to say, probably almost an 1/8 inch thick. Now the switch you use for the wipers is this Lucas switch right here, and you can tell it's not very deep at all. And I did quite a bit of drilling and quite a bit of locating trying to get that to work, and it's just not going to work with this dash because the dash is too thick. That is not going to defeat me, however, because with the ProFlow EFI, the electronic fuel injection, you have to use an Android tablet that monitors it in real time. And one of the things I've thought about doing all along is extending the dash down to the floor here, mounting myself a little panel where I can actually have that. And I think since that's going to be an aluminum panel that's very thin gauge, I'm simply going to put that switch for the wipers right there next to it. It'll look okay, and it will work. The ignition switch goes here. I've already test fitted it. It's good. The light switch goes here. I've already test fitted that. That looks good. This right here is your high beam indicator. This right here, these cars only have one signal light. It's for both sides. Whenever you have the blinker on either side, this is the light that flashes. So I've got that positioned as well. And of course the glove box. The glove box that I'm going to use is this one right here. Still working on a way to mount that up, but I've got a couple of ideas on that. So be sure and stay tuned to that. Now, as far as inside here, this wiring right here, I've got it in this particular location simply because this goes to the ignition switch. So once I get the dash in permanently, once my screws come in on Thursday, that switch will go in and I will be able to run that. The light switch, I've already got it plugged in. It's right here. Hello, Clifford. I'm getting kissed by a dog as we speak, and he's sniffing my phone. This is the light switch. Of course, it will connect right here, so I've already got it wired into the system as well. Now, this right here is for your high and low beam indicator. The harness that comes with the kit already has this terminated into 2 wires. One right here is the hot lead, and then, of course, you've got that for a ground. That goes to one of those Lucas toggle switches, and, of course, this will be routed over there. So that is good, too. These wires right here are not labeled. Chances are they're power and ignition and things like that. I will get that figured out. There's also a radio connection in here that I'm not going to be using as well. But here you can see this right here is for your instrument lights. This one feed is going to go to the white wire on all the instruments to light them and illuminate them. This one right here is the coolant temperature. That will go to the signal side of the water gauge right here. This here is power. This here is instrument ground. That is the ground for everything. This right here, this blue wire with the white stripe, is for your oil pressure. Again, this is the under dash version of the one that I showed you under the hood. This is not used. So that is not going to go anywhere. And somewhere down in there, of course, you've got the fuel line as well, which I've already located. I've just got to get it positioned. But basically what we're at now is we're at a holding pattern to wait for the actual longer screws to go in so I can mount with my spacers. And I'm also going to get ready with some other connections as well and get everything put back together permanently and then loom it all. Of course, all of this is going to be loomed as well. The feed for the alternator, this has a GM style one-wire alternator. This is the wiring feeds for that. I've still got to hook that up. And of course, this right here is for it's got a VW style turn signal indicator that goes on the column. That will wire that in as well as some other assorted things. So we are getting a handle on it, just trying to eat this elephant one step at a time. Of course, my shot dogs keep me wonderful company. This one right here keeps trying to get into things. She's always been the one that hears ghosts and other things in walls and things, and I don't know what's going on. I think she senses the extraterrestrials or the spooks and ghosts and stuff that are in the room, because she's all time getting into things and I have to keep an eye on her. Opie right here is a good boy. He just minds his own business. Okay, the next step up is I'm going to start looming the stuff under the hood. I'm going to make the connections under hood to the sending units. I've already got the oil pressure, as you saw, hooked up. I've got to hook up the negative side terminal to the tack to the coil, and I've got to hook up my pressure, my coolant sensor up under the hood as well. And once I get those connections hooked up and get the wires finished routed there, I'm going to loom all of that and make it look nice and neat. And now on this side, I've got that connection heat shrunk, and it is hooked up and ready to go as well. So now we're to the point where I've got to hook up the alternator and the starter connection to the solenoid, which is that big purple wire right there that's going to lead to this side of the engine, and get that done. And just like that, we've got the purple wire run to the solenoid side of the solenoid, and then you see this blue wire which turns into a red wire going into the one-wire alternator. So those connections are done. I've got to do the master ground, and I've got a ground strap to hook up with, but the dogs have been more than patient. As you can see, they're kind of chilling out. I think I'm going to call it a day on this. What we've gotten done so far, of course, we've got the gauges mounted into the dash pan, which we're waiting for longer screws to mount the dash so I can put my spacers in. I've got everything routed to where all I've got to do is plug it in. The light switch and ignition switch are in position. I've got to hook up the ignition switch. That's not going to be a big deal. I've got the starter solenoid wire hooked up. I've got the alternator wire hooked up all to the battery cable. And of course, I've got these routed to the front. And again, I can't do really anything with those until I get the body on it, so I know exactly how short I need to cut the wires to get them to look nice and neat. That right there is the ignition cable. I may go ahead and try to attack that here in just a minute. Let me go ahead and do that, because that's not going to take that long. And here we are again. Wires cut to fit, terminals connected, heat shrink applied. It's following the very simple schematic that comes with the wiring kit for the car, and it is good to go. So that right there, the ignition switch is hooked up. It's ready to go into this position in the dash as soon as I get the spacers. So the ignition switch, the light switch, I'll figure it out in a second, are both hooked up. I've got to find a 3-position switch that is actually one of the toggles that's supposed to go here for the headlights. And once we get all of that done, we will be good to go. Actually, I'm going to correct myself. Hello, Clifford. I'm going to correct myself, because what this schematic calls for is the turn signal switch to be a 3-way toggle that goes on the dash, and then you have a dimmer switch. I've got the dimmer switch already hooked up. The cool thing is I don't have to worry about that, because again, this comes with a VW style turn signal switch, which I will put up momentarily. And again, this is all just singular mock-up because I've still got to get my screws over there. But there is your ignition key right there. It is in position, seems to be fitting just fine. And what I've got here, there's the ignition keys. Ford style, teeth up. Looks like it's going to work. And with that, I think we're going to call it a day for this video. What I'm going to do next is get in there. Once I get my screws in for the spacers and everything, I'll go ahead and hook up all the gauges, all the leads to the gauges and everything, and the oil pressure, the manual oil pressure tube, and get all of that hooked up to where all that's good to go. Once that is done, I can go ahead and start mounting my glove box and mount the connections up to the heater. We have a new task today for me and all of the shop dogs. What we're going to do today is this. Well, I lost the original footage, so I'll reshoot this. The plan today is to mount this glove box. This is a piece from Shell Valley Cobra, Shell Valley Motors. They create Cobra kits and a number of other things. Basically, it's a fiberglass glove box. It'll go in there. What I started with is a 2 feet length of slotted flat. Now this is the remainders of it right here, but this was 2 feet in length. I cut it in pieces and hammered and bent the pieces to where we could have some internal bracketry right here, drilling holes here and here, and using my favorite 1/4 inch button head screws to mount it. Okay, about 20 minutes later, a little bit of bending and hammering and cutting, and it seems like my plan has worked quite well. It's sturdy, not going anywhere. It'll do what I need it to do, and it actually looks kind of neat with the screws in there. I'm about to pull it back out. I'm gonna brush that off. I'm gonna paint the inside and the outside of this a flat black so it'll blend in. First, to get the paint to adhere to this, you cannot apply it to the gloss finish of this. So what I've done here is I've gone in there with a piece of 180 grit sandpaper and just scuffed up the inside of it. I'll blow this out, paint the bottom side first, then the top side, and mount it back in. Now, in order to accomplish the painting, very simple, no need to get too fancy. I just got some Rust-Oleum Ultra Matte Black. So let's get to busy, paint that on the outside and the inside, and mount it back in and see how it looks. Now, of course, always when you're painting stuff, be sure and do it in a well-ventilated room. We have much ventilation in here. You can't really see on the screen, but my dogs are protected and so am I, so no worries about that. Outside is painted. Of course, it's a little bit glossy now. That will flatten out as it dries. As soon as that dries, we'll flip it over, paint the inside. And a few moments later, turn it over, and we have a coat down on the inside. Now, we're going to let this dry. I'm going to hang out with the dogs for a while. Even the T-Rex over there, who got in trouble. Yes, he was biting while I was running around and playing with him. Puppies will be puppies. But anyway, let's let this dry. Once it's dried off real nice and neat, we'll stab it back into the car, see how it looks. One thing I am going to do also is I'm eventually going to get some foam to go around the edges of this to seal it next to the dash, but I won't do that until I actually get the dash mounted permanently, which is when I get my longer button head screws in. So as soon as those come in, we'll mount it up permanently, and I'll foam this off to seal it off. By the way, in the interim, I would like you guys to meet Juno. This is a little dog that was, unfortunately, I think somebody dumped her in the woods close to our house. She is going to be a new member of the family. We have her quarantined from the other dogs right quick until we can get her to a vet to get her bathed, get the ticks and stuff off of her she acquired while she was in the woods, and also get her shots and get her spayed. But she is a sweetheart. She is very, 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 very nice dog. Sweet as she can be. My brother-in-law next door has decided to adopt her, and we've named her Juno. So everybody say hello to Juno. Okay, a couple hours later to let the paint dry nice and dry. The color actually matches the glove box the glove box matches the vinyl on the dashboard really well. This is the mount. You can see it's actually extremely sturdy. And popping open the glove box door, I think that's going to be a nice fit. Of course, I can come in here and I'm going to use foam to cover up these edges and get that all nice and sealed tightly. I think it'll work. Overall, I'm quite satisfied with this. And I think it's going to make a nice addition. Now you're understanding the rhyme and reason behind moving the heater over, which caused the problems with my actual gauges. Because as you can see, with this brace here, there's absolutely no room to put the heater anywhere else. And I did definitely want the glove box because that is part of the Street Cobra look. One other thing very quickly, I wanted to test fit that. There is the VW style turn signal arm. Of course, I've got to drill some holes to route the wires, but it still fits even with the spacing done to the actual dash to allow for the gauges. So that's going to look real nice too. So what's next? Well, in a few days, as soon as my screws get here and I'll be able to permanently mount the dash, I'm going to be sure and pull the dash back out, wire up the gauges, finish up the wiring under the dash, then mount the dash back in for good. Now, one thing I'm probably going to have to do, it is a very, very tight fit under the cowl of the car. So, since I did space it out just a little bit, I'll probably have to come in here and trim that back just a little bit so it doesn't hook into my dashboard. I won't know 100% how much I'm going to have to put in there until I actually get the body set back down on it and take some measurements, but we'll get there. I'm going to do it for this video. Again, like and subscribe if you like the content. We'll have some more Cobra content coming up really well, and eventually I'm going to get on the wiring again on the 32 Ford and see if we can get it closer to running as well. We're very close to first start on both of these cars, a lot closer than we were, so be sure and stay tuned. A couple of days ago, you'll know that we're going to start doing things a little bit differently here on the channel. I've got some new equipment for video. I'm no longer going to be doing most of the videoing from my phone. So I will be able to set a camera up and actually show the work that I'm doing in addition to just showing you the before and after is what I've usually been doing. I've had some people comment that they would like a little bit more detailed content, so that's what we're going to try to do. What we're going to work on the Cobra today is we're going to start finishing up, hopefully finishing up the wiring of the wiring harness, starting with getting the battery cables ready. I've already done one of the battery cables to test my method on that, get some connections hooked up under the hood. I'm still waiting for some parts to come in to get the dash ready for wiring, but part of this video a little bit later on is going to be wiring up of the dash and getting it mounted as well. So I hope you enjoy the ride. Let's get busy. Now what we've got here is we've got the battery box mounting back here for the battery. I've already gotten one of these. I'm using some marine style battery connectors here. As you can see, I've already got this particular one wired up and ready to go. I also have got to get ready for this one as well. I haven't decided. I've got the cables here run pretty well between this opening here between the actual pan for the trunk and the pan for the cockpit of the car. I may actually go in here and do a little bit of drilling and clean that up a little bit later, but we're not going to worry about that right now, because what we're going to do now is we're going to show how we basically will take this, strip this off, put the crimpable end on it, and get that cable set up. So let's get busy. First thing you have to do is you have to trim off the end of this cable here to get the insulation off to mount it. I don't have crimper big enough to actually do this, and I can't find my razor blades, so what I'm going to just try to do is run the cutting section of my crimp tool here around the edge to cut the insulation loose on this. The insulation is so thick on this, this is something you can do. It just takes a little bit of time and patience to do it neatly. And then we have that right there is good to go. So basically, I'm just using a crimp method on these. You can solder these, and on some of these I have solder, but I'm out of solder and my torch is out of gas. So I'm just going to do the crimp, and I'm going to seal it off with Tessa tape. So get ready to crimp this down. Like so. And I like to do this in two different sections here so I can get a good crimp on it so it's not going to let go. And you can see there we've got a really, really nice connection there. Now I'm going to take the Tessa tape, which is a cloth variety of electrical tape that is used by GM and a number of other manufacturers. And this is what I will be looming the wire under the hood with as well. Makes a nice heat resistant and weatherproof connection for that. So just wrap that up there. And that insulates that off. And with these marine connectors with that particular type there, you just basically will do this. I've also got another cable here which has got to be run to the battery ground as well. Connect that down. These marine connections give you a little bit of flexibility that you don't have, and they also give you a better connection than some of the regular cheaper battery terminal connectors do. Got that nice and tight, so I've got battery cables ready to go, so that is ready to go. Okay, now what we've got here, we've got the three main wires that feed the fuse box underneath the dash. We've got a purple wire, a red wire, and the black wire. The black wire is F4 main ground. If I can keep my pup here from knocking my tripod over. The purple one goes to the starter solenoid, the red one is your main power to that. Now, what the instructions tell you to do, this goes to the main ground. What I'm going to be doing, and I'm going to be routing this over to the passenger side of the car, close to where the ground strap goes. I've got the negative grounding cable for the battery hooked up to the block, the engine block. I'm going to hook a ground cable up to that ground as also, and then drill a hole in the frame and mount the ground strap to the frame to give that a good ground. And I will also mount this to that same area in the ground strap also. One thing I'm waiting on there is the connector or the bolt rather, I'm going to be using to bolt it into the frame. Those will be here later today, but I can at least go ahead and get part of this loomed and get ready to get these done. I've already got the purple wire cut to fit, and it is heat shrunk and has the terminal end on it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to loom up to about that point, roughly a little bit before that, and then cut the red wire to fit and the ground wire to length as well. Now on the red one, you've also got a fusible link you have to put on the end of it before you bolt it up to the battery terminal side of the starter solenoid, which is where the positive battery cable goes as well. This is the fusible link, so what I'll do is I'll cut the red wire to length, put this on the end of it, heat shrink that, and then I will be ready to bolt that up as well. So I can go ahead and do the main and the purple, and when my bolts get here a little later this afternoon, I'll go ahead and be able to do the ground. Right now what we're going to do is we're going to be getting ready to loom this a little bit. I'm going to push it back through here. I'm going to loom just a little bit here, so it's loomed going through my rubber grommet here going through the firewall. A little bit of a tight fit, but if you can get it in there, it's usually good. That way you've got a little bit of added protection, a little bit of added protection added on to the installation of the actual wire, so we don't have any problems with that. It's always a good idea to get as much protection of your wires as possible if they're going through a bulkhead or some other area where over time vibration of the car and simply driving of the car can wear that insulation down, and then you have a dead short. You don't want that, of course. So obviously the more loom you can add to the wires the better, and give you a nice bit of protection against eventual decay or damaging of the wires and shorting it out. Okay, added just a little bit of the loom there, push this through the grommet area, feed that through, like so. Push my grommet back in because it did come out. And now we have a good connection. I will fix that. Okay, got my grommet back in position. Now we're going to go ahead and loom this a little bit. very quickly you'll see that I've got this fed through here, feeding down through here, and if I can get a little bit of light in here, this purple connector goes on to that part of the solenoid, and the red wire does as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and hook up the solenoid wire back up. Then I'm going to come up here with some rubber clamps, and I'm going to secure the wiring to the firewall to where it's nice and neat, tucked out of the way, but secure. Okay, now that I've basically got these in the ballpark of where they need to be, I'm going to untangle the actual wires to where they're separated out. Like I said, this red wire and the purple wire terminate in roughly the same place, so they can be in the same area. So let me get this a little bit untangled here. This is always a problem when you're running great lengths of wires, is sometimes you end up with a little bit of a tangled mess. Sorry about the movement of the camera. My dog Clifford decided he suddenly wanted to sit down right next to the tripod and jar the tripod. But so here we go. Move this around a little bit. Purple wire's right about there. I am going to have to add the fusible link to the end of that. Now the fusible link is this right here. Per the instructions, this is required. You tag that on to the end of the red. So what I'll do is I'm going to cut this off right about here and then add that to it and then heat shrink it. Strip this wire off. It's about 10 gauge. We've got that ready to go. Then this fusible link is just a crimp link with the heat shrink right here. So what I'll do is I'll crimp this on and then heat shrink it. Now you'll notice you've got handy thing most people know with wiring, but it's always a good thing to point stuff out, the obvious stuff out sometimes, is you'll notice that you've got a blue stripe here and you've got a yellow stripe here. The cool thing about that is that corresponds with your colors on your crimp tool, if you can see that, because the gray wire is a little bit smaller gauge than the red wire, so you use the blue end to crimp there and the yellow to crimp there. Then once that's done, you slide your heat shrink on and you grab your heat gun. See, after just for a few seconds, now we've got a very nice and sturdy link there. So the power wire and the solenoid wire are both ready to go onto the starter. And here we are some minutes later. See if we can actually get down in here and see. Those wires are connected to the solenoid. I've got it routed up, run through loom, all the way to the dash, looking nice and neat. So now all I've got left is to cut this wire to fit. I'm going to see if my terminal will allow it to go into the block. That way I've only got the grounding strap here running from the block to the frame, but we'll check that out right now. Okay, you can see here I've got the ground wire cut to fit and stripped off. Got the heat shrink on it. Getting ready to run the crimp down in it, like so. I can get that in there. Sometimes you have to be a little bit delicate with these to get them all to get your connector in there, because it sometimes is a tight fit just like that. But that's in there. Now we crimp it again, yellow to yellow. Okay, that's got a good connection on it. Now we're going to put our heat shrink on it as an extra layer of protection. Really hard to do this when you have a golden retriever licking your arm. Heat it all around, get yourself a nice tight fit. See how that form fits? Now that's good. Now I test fitted this. I am going to be able to put it on the same as the block plate, the ground cable to the block. So I'm going to mount this, the ground strap, and the negative battery cable to the block, and then run this to the frame. Okay, let's zoom in just a little bit to see as much as we can see. The ground strap, the ground to the instruments under the dash, and the ground to the battery are all hooked up there. You'll notice that I'm very careful in keeping everything well away from the exhaust. All of that is loomed, so all of my main line connections are taken care of with the exception of getting the ground strap bolted to the frame. And of course I will do that as soon as my self-threading bolts arrive later today. Okay, if you recall in the one of the previous videos, I ran the tachometer wire to the negative side of the coil, the green wire going to the sending unit for the water temperature. I've got some split loom. I actually did use split loom here because I've got a lot of really big cables associated with the EFI and all of that bundled up. But as you can see here, I've got all of this nice and neatly run now. These are the next things I'm going to be doing as far as looming goes, because they attach to the bottom side of this rail. I have to drill a hole here and run a grommet there so they can run through there, and that runs to all of the lights and the horn and everything to the front of the car. So that will be next. But as you can see, once you get in it and you start looming this wire, things really starting to neaten up quick. So far what I've gotten done, of course, I've got the temperature and tack and oil pressure sending units hooked up under the hood. I now have the solenoid, the main power to the battery cable, and the main power to under the dash, and all of the ground to that run as well. And I've got all of this loomed and ready to go here. So let's keep going. Welcome back. We're at the next morning now. Actually, 2 mornings have passed since the last bit of footage that you just saw. In the interim, while I was letting some contact stuff dry in the dash, getting ready for the next step in the dash, I actually had to run to another town and pay a visit to some guys that I used to work with 30 years ago. We had a little bit of a reunion of a music store that I used to work at many years ago. I remained friends, very close friends to all those guys. Had a wonderful time, but we're going to get back on the Cobra now, and what we're going to be doing is actually we're going to be going through and starting the looming and wiring of the dash itself. So let me show you what we've got there. Now what we're going to be doing here, you've actually basically got multiple contact points on all the gauges here. As you can see, we've got all of our gauges lined out. Most of the gauges, or all of the gauges, you've got white and black here. What this is the grounding points and the power to the actual lights on the gauges. So what I'm going to be doing is these you can run commonality to them, which means you've got one lead for the ground and one lead for the power to the lights coming in off the harness. You can chain all of those together, which I'll be doing, and I'm also going to be connecting in some lights that are actually underneath the dash as well, which I'll show you. You've got also red and black off of a lot of the gauges as well. What those are is that is the gauge itself, power source and ground source, and then of course you've got the leads coming in from the harness for each individual gauge. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be building a chain harness for the black and white connections on each gauge and for the red and black connections on each gauge, because they're all running to one basic source. Okay, as with anything, you're going to get 15 different opinions if you ask 15 different people on the right and wrong way to wire things. Some people are going to say you should solder the ends instead of using butt connectors. I've been using butt connectors for years and years and years, never had any issues with them if you do them right, which means if you make sure you have a great connection, you heat shrink to seal it from the weather and everything, you should be just fine. But essentially what I've got here is I've got this white lead right here. The white lead is going to the white lead on all of the gauge lights, which is the power to the light bulbs to eliminate the gauges. I've got a terminator right here, and I've got to connect this one here, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to tie in the main dash power to here and connect them both to this butt connector here. That way I've got power. Same goes for the electrical. You can see I've got this terminal put in place right here, and I've got this right here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tie this wire and the main power into this right here, and then it feeds all the other ones. Now the reason I've got these right here leading out, I've got long leads leading out to this side, is I'll show you in just a moment, because what you can see underneath the dash I have tied in some green LEDs that are going to need power. So obviously the ground and the power are going to feed to this, and then I'm going to ground it to the chassis at that point. But what these are going to do, I've got one here and one on the other side, is this is going to add illumination in the cockpit at night. When you turn on the headlights, it will illuminate the floorboard of the tub, giving you some illumination as well. So the next step is going to be put the dash in position and feed the main inputs of the power and the ground and the light power all into the dashboard, and then also hook up the senders to each of the individual gauges that require the senders. All right, I had to pause recording for just a little bit because we had a nasty little rainstorm come through. But as you can see now, I've got everything ran as far as the senders go. I'm going to be cleaning up these wiring connections just a little bit more, but I've still got the horn button to hook up, the dimmer switch, and the high beam pod, as well as the switch for the heater. I'll get to that shortly. But as far as that goes, these wires right here, of course, are going to run over to the glove box LED and to the underneath LED as well as ground. So basically we're getting very close to getting ready to set the dash back in, but that wiring is done. All right, dash is bolted in with the spacers. We have barely enough room for everything. Of course, I'm going to clean up this area back here quite a bit more. I've still got some grounds and some hots to run to the lights and some grounds to finish up the grounding on that. Also, a little surprise, if you remember when the previous video when I was mocking up the dash, I had a oil temperature gauge that I did not have any means of hooking up to the block because of the provisions on the engine that I have. And so it was basically just going to fill a dead hole in the dash. This being a street car, the street cars, at least some of them, did not have oil temperature gauges. Instead, they had a clock. Well, I have acquired the clock, so I will not be using the oil temperature gauge. I've got the clock right there. So all of that is hooked up. I'm about to hook up the light switch and the ignition switch to their locations and get all that done. My plan for the remainder of the day is to get those switches in position, get the grounds and the hots for those remaining lights run. The glove box, as you can see, is very, very nice, works perfectly. So that's good. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start routing and looming the front body harness. So let's get busy. All right, what we have so far is most of the underdash is taken care of. We've got the ignition switch hooked up, the light switch, tachometer is wired, high beam light is wired, signal light is wired, speedometer has heat, fuel gauge is hooked up. I do have to run the fuel sender, which goes to the back of the back harness. Water temp is hooked up, the clock is hooked up, the oil pressure is manual, lid is hooked up, the volts are hooked up. The heater fan is not hooked up as of yet. That will be coming. Got the horn button, the hazard switch, and the high beams. I will be hooking up the turn signal indicator, which is the VW style turn signal indicator. All of the lights are hooked up underneath the dash. Now, of course, I've got to route these through the back. I've got the preliminary routing done through here, through that grommet there to run these to the front. Now, the reason I split these up is part of this goes to the right side of the vehicle, part of it goes to the left first. Now, the ones that go to the right side of the vehicle, actually these go into the engine compartment. You've got the radiator fan power, you've got the right front turn signal, the horn, which gets mounted down in there, and this right here is the fan ground. So all of these go to components, either to the lights to the right or to things that go into the engine compartment. These here, you've got your high beam, low beam, your ground, your parking lights, and your left front turn signal. Now, the left front turn signal and the right front turn signal are independent, but the way the park lights, the high beam, and the low beam work is they tie into the headlight on the left side and then go across the vehicle to tie into the right side. So that's why I've got those terminated, or actually routed to this location here. Got a few more things to connect under the dash here, or under the hood rather. I've got some stuff here, left here. This right here is ignition switch wire that's got to go to some stuff. This, of course, is a plug that I've still got to wire into the system as well. But as you can see, I've got the, it looks a lot cleaner now than it did previously because I do have the stuff wired in. This, I've still got some cleanup to do, but everything is hooked up and ready to go. All I've got to do is clean it up and make it look nice and neat. And of course, I've got to route the back body harness. After the day that I had yesterday, all the traveling and everything, I think I'm going to call it into this video here. We will continue the wiring, getting the wires fixed for the front and run the wires to the back. And as soon as we can get all of that stuff terminated and ready to go, of course I've still got to do the turn signal switch under the dash and do a couple of other miscellaneous tidying up things there. So a little bit more to do, but we've got a lot taken care of on the wiring. I like the progress we're making. We will continue, of course. And of course, the 32, I've got some wiring to do on it. Primarily, it is in the cockpit, under the dash, things of that nature. So I'll get to work on that very, very soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the channel. This is a big day. I've got the ignition and everything up and dialed in. As you saw in the previous short that I had, that we've actually got it turning over, got the issue with the neutral safety switch worked out. That is good to go. Everything is hooked up and we are ready to try to see if we can get some life breathed into this particular car right here. Now, I had some problems last night. I initially started working on this last night. First thing off, I had a fuel leak. Come to find out, one of the Summit brand 6AN connectors I had on my fuel tank was not sealing properly. I actually had to pull it off and trim about an 1/8 inch off of it so it would seal properly. The leak is fixed. I've got a tank of gas. I also had some issues with getting fuel pressure, but I've been working all morning trying to get the fuel pressure up on my sump system's fuel system, which is this right here. I was not, the way that system works is it uses the factory manual pump to feed it gas, fills the sump up, and then there's an electric fuel pump inside of that that gets it up to the fuel pressure you need. Carburetor fuel pressure is around 7.5 pounds at most. The EFI on this requires about 55 to 60 pounds, so you can see we would need the boost. So I was having trouble getting fuel pressure, finally got that dialed in, and we are ready to try a first start. Let's see what happens. on, baby. Well, you saw it. She's alive. Still has some tuning to do, still got some work to do, get the timing dialed in, but it runs. AFR is in the ballpark. The bass tune is learning as we let it run, and most importantly on the cooling system. I thought at first last night when I was setting this up that I had a coolant leak at the back of the left head. That is not proving to be the case. No coolant leaks. It got up to temperature and stayed there steadily, and the fan came on, so everything is working perfectly on that end. The last several presentations, we've also gotten the Cobra to start for the first time, started getting it dialed in on the idle and ease of start. Still got a little work to do there, but it is improving. Previously, we had an issue with the signal lights, the actual module that operates the signal lights. The problem that cropped up after thinking that I had it fixed was the left blinker light was blinking all the time no matter where the switch was. After consulting with Haywire, the company that made the harness, he had me pull the signal module out of the system, ship it to him so he could test it. That module tested failed, so he sent me a new one. Just got it today. What we're going to be doing today is we're going to be installing this to see if that corrects the problem. I also have the horn that I'm going to use for the Cobra as well. We're going to try to get that installed. I'm waiting on some parts to come in via Amazon so I can get that done. We also have already gotten other wiring aspects done. I routed the rear harness back to the rear of the body. I am about halfway through wiring the heater, and we got the windshield wiper motor working already as well. This is the piece that I was having to return to Haywire to see if we could actually get it to actually behave itself. Get this open here and go ahead and install that very quickly and see if our signal light situation has corrected itself. This little piece here, specifically this box right here. Apparently we had a bad part on it. Let's get to work. That hooks up to the GM style steering column connector. This is going to connect to the signal switch, and then we've got a hot and a ground to manage as well. As this right here being the horn button, we will attach that to the horn button. Okay, that is connected to the horn button. That is connected to the signal switch. This right here connects to the actual plug here, which I will go ahead and connect that now. Now all we've got to do is hook up our hot and our ground, and that should get that taken care of. Of course, with all electrical connections, I want to be sure it's well protected. I'm actually out of heat shrink, but my Tessa tape will work just fine for this purpose. All things routing is important, and I did get something a little bit misconnected there, so let me rerun this so it's out of the way. And underneath my connectors here. All we've got left now is to connect the ground. Of course, I will tuck all this away and make it nice and neat at a later time. Right now, I just want to test everything and make sure that it still works. I have to extend the ground wire just a little bit, so I got me a little bit of an extension here. Find your ground wire. Terminal on the end of this so I can hook it up to my ground source. Grounding this ground to the mounting bolt to the dash because it's a nice good ground. Okay, the hot is connected, the ground is connected, and all the switches are connected. Let's see if it works. First thing we got to do is we got to hook up our batteries. Let's give it a test. Key on. That one is working. That one seems to be working. Now let's run our test light and check our connections in the back and in the front. Okay, this is supposed to be the left, so let me ground my test light and see if the left circuit is working, which is our yellow. We're good to go there. Let's make sure our right one is not working, which is the green. Nothing, so let's switch it to the right side. Check the green. It's working. Check the yellow. It is off. So that seems to be resolved. And we're good to go there. One thing I did fail to check is the actual lights for the fenders, and they are working as well. Well, as you can tell, I still got a little bit of work to do on the tuning. Start up and idle at cold is not that great right now. It's running great when it warms up, so I've got to get a timing light. I haven't gotten it yet, so I'm basically doing it by ear, which is not ideal. But as soon as I can get my timing light in and get that adjusted out, it should straighten itself out and it'll start learning really, really well. The AFR is good. It's running between 12.5 and 13.5, so according to what Elbox says, that is acceptable. It's just on the startup, it's not quite there yet on the startup. It's a little bit of a struggle to get it to start, but once I get it started, it runs great. What we're waiting on now is I've got some mounts coming in to try to mount the horn that I have purchased. I'm going to mount it off of this bar right here, out of the way, but still in an area where it's nice and audible. What I'm trying to do is, since that is roughly the size of a standard roll cage, I've got a roll bar mount coming that I'm going to mount the horn off of. We'll hook that up. Now, insofar as other stuff, as I stated, we now have signal lights working, the hazard lights are working, the windshield wipers are working, the heater, I've got to run a circuit breaker straight to the battery to run to the power to the heater. That is also going to be in the same shipment of the stuff for the horn mount that I'm waiting on. So as soon as that gets done, I will try to get that addressed. Other than that, we're to the point where we can start putting the body back on it so I can size up the front and rear lights. The fuel gauge is hooked up. It's registering a little bit low, but I think it's working just fine. I may be very low on gas. But according to everything that I'm seeing, the only thing electrically that I still have to do is, all I've got left on the electricals is the front lights and the rear lights. At that point, it's a matter of body work and prepping this thing to paint, and of course getting everything dialed in. And also I'll get it off of the wheel dollies and do its first test run around the yard to make sure everything is shifting nicely. We will get the stuff in later today to try to get the horn working and get the heater hooked up. But other than those two pieces and the lights in the front and the rear, which I can't really cut the wires until I get the body in place to know how long they've got to be before where they get mounted, everything electrically is tied up on this car now that the signal light situation has been worked out. Thank you for joining me for this short video. I'll be posting a short on the other two items I'm waiting on, because it's simply a matter of hooking the horn up, pushing the button, make sure it blows, and hooking the power and the ground up to the actual heater to make sure that the fan operates on there. First of all, I'd like to welcome Clifford, my shop dog, and there's Luna, shop dog, and here comes Opie, shop dog. We're at a point on the 32 where we're at a standstill simply because of a small mishap that happened yesterday. I got in the relay for the fuel pump on these. Since it's running an EFI fuel pump, even though I'm running a carburetor, you do have to have it on a relay. So I've been back here hooking up the relay and everything, and yesterday when I got ready to test things, dropped a wrench on the battery, shorted it out, not shorted the battery out rather, but made a big spark, and it blew the main bus fuse. So that bus fuse is down there, and I've got to replace that, so we're on hold on this right now. I do have a few more things to take care of before we can actually get ready to start this thing. I've got all the fluids for it. Oil's in the block. I've started adding transmission fluid. I do have the antifreeze for the cooling system. I'm going to have to run a vacuum line for the modulator valve on the back of the C4 transmission, and also run the PVC valve, and I've got some hoses I've got to pick up, so that will be coming soon. What we're going to be doing now is we're going to be attacking the Cobra again. What I've been doing today is I've been laying out where the seat mounts go.
A few moments later.
But anyway, the seat mounts for the adjustment, and of course the passenger seat is static. Those are positioned, so I'm going to pull that back out, and I'm going to start putting in this right here. I'm using Cool Mat to line the interior cockpit to reduce heat and noise. So let's get busy, let's get to work. Unfortunately, we are at a stopping point, and the reason for that is I've run out of material. I do have some more of the original stuff that I coated the floor in on the F100 many moons ago, but it is in this shop somewhere and I've got to locate it. But I am at a stopping point for now, but let's see what we've got. It almost did all of it, not quite all, and I have basically used everything that I've got with the exception of one small scrap, which I will use here in a moment. These are the really difficult areas here. I'm piecing those together as we go, but so far it looks really good. I can already feel it not have the heat rising off the floor like it was before. The area right there, the ones without the logo on it, I've got some more of those in a box around here somewhere. So as soon as I can locate that, I'm going to finish everything. But let's take a look on the other side here. Transmission tunnel is mostly covered. Floor is mostly covered. I've just got some bare bones ideas to cover that right there. Little areas like that, and then of course once I'm done with this covering, I'm going to go over all of the seams with aluminum tape to seal it up real nice and neat. So as soon as I can locate those other squares, we will go ahead and get finished with this. The dogs have been excellent company. This guy right here, every time I lay on the floor to do something, he decides he wants to lick me in the face and wonder what I'm up to, but he's a puppy, so I gotta let him go. As far as this goes, I've also already got my holes cut in there. I don't know if you can see that or not. The holes cut for the tub mounting and for the seat mounting. So all that's done. I've got my wiring here. It's ready to get routed finally and put down permanently so it doesn't move around. Now, as far as what is next on the Cobra, I'm going to be spending tomorrow, which is a Sunday, scavenging through this shop to see if I can locate the additional insulation material that I've got, and then I can finish it up, and of course I'll post a short on that once that's done. I also am awaiting a new fuse for the 32 to fix my little boo-boo. That's why we have inline fuses. It's a 150 amp, 56 or 58 volt MIDI fuse, M-I-D-I, MIDI fuse. A couple of parts stores around here had them in that value, but they didn't have them in the right voltage. So I'm going to go with what the wiring harness came with. I'm very picky about wiring to go back with exactly what it's designed for, so we don't have to worry about any incompatibilities or anything like that. But then once I get the squares put down and get underneath the firewall done, which I will show you, this area right down in here, which is critical because it catches heat off the engine, I've already got it done underneath the dash and everything. It's got insulation on the other side. So I'm just going to do the footwell, run around these edges, finish up back here, and get all of that stuff done as well. And again, like I said, all the seams will get gone over with aluminum tape once that's done. So I'm going to call it a video at this point. Be sure and hit like and subscribe. We've got more stuff coming up very soon. Stay cool out there, and my friends down in Houston, thinking about you guys with Hurricane Beryl coming in. Be very careful, okay? See you guys next time. Thanks.